we need to discuss to make that decision. It is not a ministerial policy decision. It's a government decision.
Private university. He don't want to go to private university. He's applied to go to a university in Kenya. COPS places this student in a private university, and he has not requested. Then when he gets the form to go to the private university, he's told he can't go to scholarship. I think the PS really helped me with these students, and I want to acknowledge and thank her, because I said transfer those students back to public university. But there are other kids who felt, I want to do medicine. I have been placed in a private university because because there was too many applicants in the public universities. Now these students are there. They're suffering. They have said, the minister said, let them go. Some of them chose to go. What will happen to these students? I have made specific requests to the minister. Kindly transfer the students from Kilifi North back into public university in courses that are equally as weighty as those courses. And that is how you will save a whole generation of bright young people who have been put in private universities where they can never afford because they still have balances even in high school.
Yes, Minister?
Yes, I'm informed, and this one, I don't have all the information as you speak, and you give me more time to go and find out how to deal with it, is that when students are placed in courses or they have made a choice in certain universities and they are not able to go there because of their marks, then the system places them into a different university, which might end up being a public university, but it's something that we'll do something about. As you correctly say, the PS has been able to help. So we are alive to that. We'll be able to sort it out.
Kajwang's.
The question that my friend Kajwang raises is correct, that we are going to, once this information is collected, it will be reduced into a document that then would be brought here as a sectional paper or as a draft, then we include it as regulations or gazettement. So it is a process that we've started to ensure that we have this grounded in law once it is completed, so that it has the force of law.
Moreo's question?
Morio's issue was that we need to go back. What is good, you should not go ahead and change it. But when we were in school, at that time, we were quite very few. And we were having, yes. So what has happened is that as the students increased, the government then was not able to do the capitation. And I said it that although the government was supposed to give 80% of the capitation, the highest they ever gave was 66%. This year they have given 38%, meaning there is a hole, there is a big shortfall that required to be filled. And that is the reason why it became necessary for this particular model to be thought of so that money can follow the students. However, we have to improve it, and that is what we are doing by working with all these teams to ensure that we have a model that passes the test of time.
Let's take the next round. Mugabe.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I've been following the conversation, rather the debate, and there's one component that has been either ignored, but you're not focusing on it. The issue is the CS comfortable with the new fee structures for universities? Because that's a very critical component, that the fees of universities were raised in very enormous numbers, from what people used to pay around 16,000 in a year to 600,000 in some courses. So that is the first issue. Are they comfortable with that? And the people who are made, rather were in that particular task force to look at the issue of fees. Who are these people? And you'd find most of them were actually professors and vice chancellors of universities who wanted to get more money. So we must start to address the issue from the issue of school fees. Are we comfortable with that? Number two, on the same issue of school fees, if a student gets good grades and they are called to do medicine, then the percentage that they're supposed to contribute is high. So we are basically punishing those students who have done well. And you'll find that even some students may opt to do other maybe not so marketable courses that require lower grades because of the issues of the fees of the courses that they qualify for. That is another component that we need to look at.
Thank you, Sirat.
And if you'd allow me, Speaker.
There are so many interests, Mugabe. That's enough. Sirat, please try and ask one clarification, one question. Give him the mic. It's one next to you. Or is it ahead of you? Give him the mic.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think they have a problem with me. I don't know. Anyway, the ministry is trying to tell us that they have taken data which is not accurate. Having said that, we have seen there is an interest component, which is, I mean, we have different students that practice different faith in this country. I don't know how a Muslim student can apply using the conventional loan. Why haven't you, why haven't you discussed it with other stakeholders to get Sharia compliance for this student to get this loan? Thank you very much.
Bensouda.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to ask the CS to confirm whether feasibility study was done for the MTI, pre-testing of the instrument, and who were the target population for this, and what was informational on that. Because I heard the CS mention about chiefs were asked to do responses, and to me, that was not adequate target population. And a cost-benefit analysis. Mr. Speaker, as I stand to ask the same question, components on that, we mentioned, the CS mentioned about ensuring that the TVETs and the higher education also they get the funding. At home, I was just away from home 2 days ago. There are students who are in the villages. There are students who are supposed to go to the TTIs. They cannot access. When the VCs are called to be told and given addresses that no student should not be allowed to report to school. We are talking of theories in parliament. At home, the students are at home. And also when I'm talking about cost-benefit analysis, I am asking in regard to yesterday we saw the multimedia students, they were out, there is no electricity, there is no water, and many other things. So cost-benefit analysis before we talk about amalgamating all the bursaries, which the CS has pronounced that this requires time of about 3 months or something. Why do we waste Kenyans' money in forming committees to check on what we propose that fails this country? Competency-based curriculum has not gained even up to 50%. I'm a primary school teacher. Right now, the bursaries we are talking to propose to amalgamate will not work. Education should be free for all. Vision 2030. All Kenyans at primary level must access education. That is opposite of what is taking place in Kenya. What is our transition level, retention? Mr. Speaker, would you give me a minute kindly?
You are making a speech. Yes, Ruku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Why is it that the ministry cannot go to the old financing model as we get it right to this new financing model, Mr. Speaker? We have, the minister said we have 14,000 students who have not reported. Is it possible to get the list of the 14,000 students who have not reported and where they come from, so that we, the members of parliament, can make follow-up with those students? Because 14,000, Mr. Speaker, is a very huge number. It's almost, if we compare, and all these are likely to come from marginalized constituencies like Mbeere North. So it is extremely important to get...
There's no evidence to that effect.
It is true, but Mr. Speaker, you know, we have many marginalized constituencies. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is we are facing a problem at the University of Nairobi, where the former Vice Chancellor, Professor Kiama, was thrown out of the office through a coup. And we are witnessing a downfall of management of the university. What is the minister doing? What's the minister doing on the issues of University of Nairobi? And also we have
Enough. Women Rep Busia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to ask the CS if Section 27 in the Constitution, Article 27, Section 4 was really observed. It is, this model is very discriminative, and you can never tell if a student who's applying for fees knows the whereabouts of their parents. A student might be feeling that there are only two in their home because he knows daddy and mommy were married and they are legitimately together, not knowing that daddy has another wife that they do not know, and the other wife has another child. That child is also feeling that he is alone in their home. These children, if you put them together, they belong to one man, they might be six. So this one saying that he's the only one at home is denied fees because daddy has a good salary. It leads to these children not going to school because daddy will be overwhelmed, suffocated, eventually just give up because of this model. So it's very discriminative. Let us give these children, all of them, equal opportunities to go to school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Marenge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this means testing instrument seems to have assumed that these young people only began to exist in this country upon the release of the results of KCSE. Yet the ministry has a system referred to as NEMIS. If the ministry used that system, you would not need to apply, expanded the scope of the system, captured more data about the students' history, performance, right from when they are in the system. By the time they are sitting for the exams, you would not need this means testing instrument. So I'm advising an expansion of the scope of capturing data using NEMIS. The second thing is the anxiety that you're causing in the institutions today. Waiting for 3 months after appeal without knowing what this appeal is going to be like and whether there is any recourse. Should my appeal fail, where do I go? Do I stop? Does my education come to an end, or what do I do? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, on safety in our schools because of the fires, and we are affected in Nyeri, the ministry has totally failed in implementing its own regulations in terms of safety and occupational health of our students. And Mr. Speaker, the Education Committee should demand that the ministry files with Parliament the reports of the quality assessments in our schools in every quarter. And that is also shared with parents so that our children are not exposed to certain dangers in our institution.
Last on that, Carole Omondi. Then Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
We'll do another round after that until you get satisfied.
Thank you very much. I'll try and be very brief, Honorable Speaker. We've looked at this matter, I think, several times, and I think the issue is just about accessibility and affordability of education. But that, having said that, let me make a proposal that I think for this university funding model to work, the applications, as I said last time, should be made while the students are still in high school, before they even sit for the exams, because that is where all the information about their financial records, how they've been paying fees, and then they have teachers, counselors to guide them, and also internet connectivity. I think the application for the loans should be made before the students leave school. Secondly, the determination as to what somebody should get as a scholarship, a loan, or aid is a financial question. But if you look at the MTI instrument to determine the household income, the parameters are sociocultural. How do you answer a financial question using sociocultural parameters? As I said last time, let us use financial tools to determine the financial income or needs of every student. And those, the range of information is available, it is out there. You've mentioned tax records. There are also M-Pesa records of the guardians. There are also employment records. There are also other government systems like social protection. There are a range of financial tools that we can use to make that determination. And then I would like to suggest that we also include in this funding model medical insurance for the students. It's not covered in any of the tools. And finally, this may be a little radical, but I think it is time as members of parliament, we looked for ways and means of dedicating more resources to improving university facilities. And one of them is to cut political party funding and dedicate those resources to university education. Thank you very much.
Yes, CS, that's his opinion. Pardon? Yes, Shimba?
I had actually requested the ministry to inform this House what his ministry is doing to ensure that there is equitable distribution of the finances that they hold. We know you have finances, but how are you distributing those funds?
Point
what mechanism? Yeah.
You had worked out.
Thank you. Thank you. On your question on distribution of finances, the capitation is based on the enrollment of the students, so that if from your area X number of students come, it's that X number times the amount. That is how it's done. It's not possible to go to
just
holds, which it distributes to MPs. But which method do they use to ensure that every constituency gets a fair share of that money?
Understood.
I can proceed. On the question that Honorable Mugabe asked whether we are comfortable with the fee structure and that the fees was raised, part of what the committee is going to look at is the cost of the programs in various schools, and it is part of the TORs that we are putting there, because what was happening before, the programs were rated the same, but you'll agree with us that, for example, if you are doing arts and somebody else is doing a program that requires equipment, the cost is not the same for practicals and theory. So that is going to be looked at and rationalized so that the fee is properly proportionate to the cost and that it's not extraneous or that it's not that high. So that is going to be it's part of what the committee is going to do. Sirat, your comments are well taken. It is true on the different faiths and the program that is being developed, the MTI that is being developed vis-a-vis the loans, we are working towards coming up with a model or with a particular model that deals with Sharia law, Sharia compliant, so that we are not forcing people to go to a different level. It is being done. That particular suggestion is very, very welcome, and thank you for it. Bensouda, on whether the visibility was done and the cost-benefit analysis was done, yes, it was done, and that is why for the last 2 years, when this model has worked, the universities have been able to slightly meet their requirements. And what happened, unfortunately, in multimedia, I was informed this morning that it was a particular pipe that burst and there was no water to the hostels, but that has since been rectified, and there is a meeting tomorrow with the students, and we'll have a report at the end of the day. So that is being done. The cost-benefit analysis was done. But to be clear, I have not said we are going to amalgamate. Please don't get me wrong. The ministry has not said that it's going to amalgamate any of the bursaries because we are not there yet. It is a conversation that is being had, and you are having it, other people are having it. Once it becomes law in the future, then we will be able to apply it as necessary. The old funding model by Rogo saying that perhaps these 14,000 students, we need their details. That's a good suggestion, and we are going to get the details from COOPS and share with you, so that if somebody comes from your constituency, you're able to determine and find out the reason why they've not gone to school. That's a very good suggestion, and thank you very, very, very much. On the issue of Professor Kiama, that is an active issue that is ongoing with the council and the university. We are dealing with it, and once it is concluded, we'll be able to give you a report, but it's not yet concluded. It's a governance issue. It's being dealt with. The women rep from Busia, the issue of discrimination, this is where we are saying when data is being placed into the MTI, the information can be collected, and this is what we are trying to find out. Is the data that is being given by the student the correct data, and is there something that can be done? The intention of the funding model is not to discriminate. The intention is to ensure that the students who need the support of the government in doing their courses are able to study. Thank you, Honorable Mathenge, for your suggestions, and it is true that the scope perhaps needs to be expanded to ensure that the gap is not that high, because when you expand the variables, you reduce the error. You are able to bring the results closer to the margin of error. On the issue of 3 months, the students have been advised on what we are doing, that once we do the banding or rebanding, depending on where you are, then we'll deal with that issue at that point and give time, give room for them to continue paying or not paying until the issue is resolved. We are not going to disenfranchise the students by saying, you are in this band, you are now moved to this one, you didn't pay, go back home or something like that. That is what we are working on, because the fund is giving that much more money to the university than before. Remember, the DUC for this year, for example, has given 38%. If you take the 75,000 students who have paid, and then you take the portion of the government that has paid, the funding model has paid that much higher than 38%. So there's that much more resources in the universities, and that's how they are able to keep the students in school. And we are able to work this out to ensure that whatever problem that is there with this particular mechanism is sorted out without affecting the students, because the students were not the cause of the problem. So we are resolving it, and we are live to it. The suggestion that we should give reports on safety measures to this House quarterly, I think is an excellent suggestion. It's an excellent suggestion so that we can become accountable, that whatever is happening there in our schools, everybody is aware of it. And since you represent various constituencies, if you find it is a school in your constituency that is not meeting those standards, you can also help us through your system to ensure that those schools have what is required to ensure that our children are safe. That's an excellent suggestion, and we have picked it and we'll run with it. Similar with what my friend Karoli Omondi has said, the funding model requires those variables to not only deal with the ones that are socioeconomic, but financial as well. So that mix does give us an indication of where the student or the parents are, and it's an excellent suggestion, and we are taking it with gratitude. On the issue of the political funds going to schools or universities, that's something that is it's under law. It's a legal issue. if you pass that law, well and good, we'll just be happy to take the money. And the suggestion that we need to include a medical insurance component is something that we look at, and it's an important suggestion. And thank you so much for those brilliant suggestions.
Dorothy? Okay. Give Dorothy the mic. You're giving the wrong location. Move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I start by saying the success of any progressive nation lies in its education systems. Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge the minister and his team seated here because, Mr. Speaker, if there is a ministry that is well structured, where the minister would be sitting down and at the click of a button, he can be able to access all the information that he likes, is the Ministry of Education. The data that he is purporting not to have, I have been a primary school teacher. The enrollment of the school, every data is put in a system right from day one. I can be able to tell as a teacher the number of students in the school, those in class 1, and so in every part of this country. Mr. Speaker, that is not an excuse that data is not available. If they want to get the best testing tool for this particular funding, they can get this information from our schools, Mr. Speaker. Every teacher knows the child who sleeps hungry. Every teacher can be able to tell you a child who has no father, a child who is a total orphan, a child who has well to do with parents. So the data can be availed in the schools. There is no need of doing a scientific way of getting data for this funding. This is availed in schools. Mr. Speaker, my question goes directly to the TVET, and I want to really thank the PS TVET because she is always available to answer questions when required to do so. Mr. Speaker, up to this time, the TVET institutions, and it's the fourth quarter, they have not gotten any single cent in matter of funding. And the students in those schools can be very raw. Mr. Speaker, if it is not possible, I think there should be a mechanism of ensuring that the principals are allowed to charge some little money even for operations, so that at the end of the day, we don't have a replica of what is happening, what happened yesterday in multimedia. There is no water, no electricity, nothing. Mr. Speaker, what is the ministry doing to ensure that capitation is released in our schools at the earliest opportunity so that our teachers don't suffer?
Sunguli.
Mr. Speaker, with regards to the loans that are given to the students, what is the interest rate that they are supposed to pay back with? And my second comment is actually on the capitalization of the. Now, it is given per student, and I have asked this question before to your predecessor, Mr. CS, and I don't know whether I take it as a concern in my constituency that because you give capitation per student, per capita, what it has done is that there are some very, very industrious, some very, very finance-oriented head teachers who are overstaffing their schools because that's when they can get more money. Is there a policy in the ministry to curb students per class? And is that policy actually being implemented as of now? Because some of our schools are underpopulated while some are overpopulated. And just because the head teacher knows how to get around it and get more money. But I had one.
One each. Ferdinand, we're coming to an end. So ask one question each.
Yeah, I want to
give
take this
you.
opportunity to thank the CS for trying to answer some of these questions. But the most important thing, as I'm a slightly older student of the University of Nairobi, why don't you go back to the old system? Because it looks like, from what I'm seeing and from your presentation, when a CS, I think this system is not going to work. Let's go back to the old system because we have enough universities in this country. Plus, of course, we are having also TVET. I want also to say that, of course, my TVET in Kwanzaa has not been completed because you have already convened, but we have enough institutions. Why don't you go back to the old system? Because this one here, it looks from my colleagues and from your presentation, the system is not working. Go back.
Thank you.
Have enough.
Ochanda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ministry, the CS, are really struggling to sort out a problem in the country. And that's why exactly we have these banding issues. But as we look at that, they are trying to target the 130,000 plus students. Besides that, there are over 300,000 plus students in year 2 to year 6, some to extreme situations of year 8 and year 9. What is it that the ministry is doing for this group of students, knowing that there's an issue, there's a big problem? What is it that the ministry is doing to sort out the mess that there is in? Or are we to wait for the transition for the next 4 years to sort out their problems?
Q. Is that a member for Kinango? No. At the back? Yes. Is that Gashagwa? There's a lot of reflection I couldn't quite tell.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm not Rigiji. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I rise to ask or to request the CS. Why can't we revert back to the old model, because the variables considered in this banding are quite misleading. Mr. Speaker, when you ask someone the salary of a parent, and you place someone to a certain band, and maybe someone earns 100,000, and the responsibilities are fewer than that person who earns a different amount, why should we place somebody why should we place a student considering the salary or the income, not considering the responsibility of a parent?
Thank you. Museo Yula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I have an issue regarding the assurance by the ministry on the system. Can the ministry assure this House that the system will not be tampered with? I'm asking that because, Mr. Speaker, I have a case of a disabled student who was placed in Band 1 last year. Come this year, it moved to Band 2. So what happened? Why was the student moved from Band 1 to Band 2, and this is a disabled student? Secondly, the linkage with KRA, Mr. Speaker, is not a correct idea because many of our parents have no PIN numbers. So I will say a case where a student was put on Band 5, yet the parent is just a shoemaker in the village. So what criteria is being used?
Or a shoemaker?
A shoe repairer.
As a cobbler.
Yeah. So what assurance, what criteria is the ministry or is the system using to place these students in those Band 5, and yet they are very poor from the villages?
Thank you. Murugara? Minister, you'll note some are repeat questions. So where there are repeat questions, you just refer to your earlier answers, but let's give everybody an opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is whether university fees are standardized. That is, are they the same? And if so, the collections made by each university, is the revenue part of the revenue of the university, or it forms the part of the exchequer, in which case there has to be further funding, especially now that we have a huge number of students joining universities, the infrastructure is strained, it's constrained, and students possibly have even to go for lectures, not in lecture halls, but outside through windows at water view. Exactly how does the ministry plan to ameliorate some of the problems, in infrastructural problems we have with our universities through the funding?
Thank you. Member for, is it Kajiado East? South. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted just to start by saying the country, we are tired of demonstration. There was demonstration of teachers, now students are almost giving ultimatum. And the issue is under Article 95. This House has been given the mandate by the Kenyan people to see what is right concerning their issues. And Mr. Speaker, if you see, the piloting is wrong, application procedure again is wrong, the parameter of static, for example, if today I'm employed, by next year I'm not employed, it doesn't clearly state. Mr. Speaker, I think the whole thing is wrong. That's my observation. And I need you to give directives. We request that we give directives that the ministry take the Kenya Republic or the Kenyan people serious. My question is the final one. We need to ask the ministry, they need to cost the actual cost. And Mr. Speaker, in all levels of education.
How do you cost the actual cost?
For example, in secondary schools, now parents are forced to pay BOM teachers. So when you do capitation, they are not considering the issue of BOM teachers that the parents are paying. So we need to know when they are saying free, tackling the free, they need to understand that we need to understand the actual cost of education, not taking the cost on the service.
Okay.
So the final one, Mr. Speaker, is equity.
Lel Mengit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to disagree with the CS for education when he just mentioned that it will take months to come up with data on what is the exact cost of education if we were to make the education in this country free. I think we are addressing a different, we are addressing a problem with different solutions, Mr. Speaker. With the task force that has been formed should incorporate 50% of data scientists. This is simple math, Mr. Speaker. Data is available, it's only to analyze. We don't need professors, we just need a Gen Z to do a data analysis and come up with possible options on possible ways of funding these programs. So this whole, the new program is not working, Mr. Speaker, and I think we should revert back to the old program so that we can save this country and make the students work well, have a humble time to study in school. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is on the TVETs. Recently, Mr. Speaker, adverts were placed and a certain number of teachers for particular institutions like the TVETs were advertised and interviews were done. However, only a few got the letters of appointment and in different professions on those TVET institutions. One case example is for Mgwen TVC. Adverts were done for 5 professions, yet only 2 have received the letters of appointment. And lastly, the CS. Today, the university's academic staff union commenced a strike. How are you planning to resolve this issue? Thank you.
Yes, Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first I wanted to just advise the CS because there is a casual comment that he made, and you know we are unanswered when answering the question he had asked of what has happened to the 14,000 171 students, and he said something to do with that some of them are probably married. Now, that may have the, because it's on Hansard, that might annoy not just the young students, but also even the gender, because that's very, very chauvinist. Mr. Speaker, there is an issue that was raised by the Honorable Member T.J. Kajwang on the Article 94 of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I want to just report that the Ministry of Education, not under his leadership, persistently has gone astray on this particular article, because he has just mentioned in his report here that the safety standards manual that they came up with. Mr. Speaker, in the strict reading of the Statutory Instruments Act on what a statutory instrument is, you realize that that is defined as one of the subsidiary legislations. So if you are coming up with a standards manual, safety standards manual for schools, then it has to have been brought to the House, Mr. Speaker, for approval. It was never brought. Now I've seen in his report he's saying now he wants to give it some legality. Which, what it really means, Mr. Speaker, is that even if a school owner breaches the safety manual, there is nothing the ministry can do because there is no law that they have broken. So they have to be very careful. Mr. Speaker, I have only one question, and this is in regard to preparedness for grade 9 next year. In January 2025, Mr. Speaker, which is barely 3.5 months from now, about 1.5 million students in grade 8 will be transitioning to grade 9. And this is in over 30,000 schools in Kenya. That means we need to have over 30,000 classrooms built for them. We need to have over 30,000 laboratories, and we need to have enough teachers. Is the ministry prepared for the next 3.5 months? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, I think just hold. We have very few left. And some have been repeat questions. Taitum, just take all of them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Where they overlap,
while the CS and his team are trying very hard to streamline the hiccups that there are within the ministry, and particularly with the new funding model, I would like to ask about the costing of the programs. It is very clear that while the ministry is pumping a lot of money to public universities through grants and other forms of support, most of courses, particularly the premier courses, are costing more than what is happening in private universities. For example, to train a doctor in Nairobi University.
University of Nairobi.
University of Nairobi. It is far away than training a doctor in Mount Kenya University, which is a private university. Why do we have this difference? Whereas we know that the public universities are being supported and the private universities are not being supported.
Thank you. Deco.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to raise an issue concerning COOP's placement of students, in that we have challenges where students from far-flung areas of the region are being placed all the way from Mandera and Garissa to go and do education courses, Bachelor of Education at universities in Kisumu, Eldoret.
That is how to build a nation. Is that a big
but there is a cost implication involved in this, Mr. Speaker. You cannot have students being picked from far-flung areas all the way to Kisumu, yet these parents cannot afford even the university fees, cannot afford accommodation in those areas. So they should consider, because we have universities within that general area. We have Garissa University, which we can place certain students, and again, picking a student from Kisumu, he will not report to Garissa University for sure. So my suggestion will be, consider certain courses that are offered in certain universities within that locality and within that region to be placed in those universities. Otherwise, we'll have them dropping out of those, reporting to those universities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last, Martin Owino. Kiamba, you came late.
Thank you.
Okay, you'll be the last.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I represent a very rural community called Ndewa constituency. And the answer which I got as a solution for
lack of access to internet cannot be tolerated. Can the CS give us an elaborate strategy for making internet be accessible to students, especially in rural setting? And can he also work with the ICT ministry to make sure that happens? Added to that, the issue of Elimu scholarships, 12 billion from 2020 to 2024. How was the selection done? Can that be broken down to constituencies?
Thank you. Kiamba, the very last.
Mr. Speaker, I think I have only two short questions. One is the fact that while we appreciate your innovativeness, because things have to change, we cannot stay the same. I was wondering what informed you when you are having the lowest band at 5%? Because when we are addressing bursaries, we know we are dealing with students who cannot pay anything. We even pay for them to the bus fare to go to school. Why don't you have those category of the invisible poor that we have been taking care of? That is my one question. The second question is, we know this country is as a paradigm shift from centralization to decentralization. And that was the major drive towards devolution. And all this was aimed at enhancing service delivery. Now we have seen with the capitation that it takes years, if not months, for schools to get capitation. If it was not for the NGDF, most of the lower schools, day schools would be closed because this capitation comes much late. I would want to understand what is the rationale or what would we really be looking for when we are trying to centralize everything, when we know the bottlenecks we have actually experienced in centralized service delivery. Thank you.
Minister, you can now answer all those very quickly.
Yes, I'll start. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start with Dorothy. On the issue of NEMIS, it is true we have that program, but that system. But what the MTI is trying to do is not just the identification of the child, but of the means of the parents. And that is why we are combining these linkages with various other areas so that we can get them to be in the right band. And with the issue of TVET not having received any money, the TVET have already received their capitation. I think they received 4,470,000,000 just a day or two ago. So the disbursement has already been done. We are working closely with Treasury to ensure that these resources reach the schools so that they are able to run. And Treasury, even with the hard financial situation that we are in, and you know that because of the finance bill, has tried very hard to ensure that schools get resources in order not to close. So thank you very much for caring for TVET. That's much appreciated. Honorable Sunkuli, the loan interest rate is 4%. That is charged, but it is part of the issues that is going to be considered by the committee to find out whether this 4% can be reduced. And in terms of
yes, Ferdinand, who do you want to inform?
Well, I mentioned in passing, but it's true, my TVET has not been funded, despite the fact that I contributed. That's what I said. I contributed that TVET, but the ministry has not done its part. So we had lost. I just wanted you to explain why we have done the contribution as members of parliament, but you have not put in your contribution to complete the infrastructure of this TVET.
Yes, I'm coming to your question. In fact, I was just answering Dorothy's question with respect of capitation that has not gone to schools for the students, the TVET schools. But I'm coming to the infrastructure aspects for your particular school. So I was saying it's 4%, and one of the concerns that is there is at what point should students start paying loans once they complete university studies? Is at the point where they get employment. That's the structure that we want to come up with so that at the end you are paying what you have. And for Ferdinand, I can confirm that for your particular case, there is, the funding has been done, and the information I have, the Kwanza TVET, yes, all the paperwork has already been done, and the funding is awaited. It is the challenge that we have with the finance bill and the resources, but the funding, all the paperwork is done for our part. Since you've contributed to it, we are aware of it, and it's not the only one. There are many others that we are struggling to ensure that we complete them so that they can become functional and utilizable. So we are on it. Paperwork is completed. We have not forgotten. And then my brother Ochanda Mweshmiwa, who trained me sometimes back in 2000 and something, if I remember, the 300,000 or so students that are in year 2 all the way to 6 are under the capitation program. That is where the 38% has already been released for them. So they are not being left out. The new funding model is only dealing with the year 1 and 2 who joined last year. So they are taken care of. They've not been left. Gashagwa talks about us going back to the old model because the variables are misleading. And again, the answer is the same. The old model was not working effectively because of the lower disbursements of government, reducing from 80% to 38% this year. So that is the reason why we are on this model, which we hope we are going to be able to improve. Oyula, Honorable Oyula, the assurance that we can give you is that the system is not being tampered with, and it cannot be tampered with. What we will find out is what the cause of that error is. If it's one incident, you know, any particular IT system sometimes has hitches, and it can cause this particular move. And all that we need to do is get in there as help and find out what is the cause of this particular movement. If it is tampered with, it will leave footprints, and we are going to be able to find out if it is, then we'll get a solution for it. But as far as we are concerned, the system is not capable of being tampered with. The linkages with KRA, where the parents have no PIN numbers, and the cobbler is listed as in band 5, again, I said this could be an error related to the data that was put in. So until we look at the case individually and find out was the data that was put in correct vis-a-vis the student, then we'll be able to determine the reason of that outcome. And of course, the appeal system is available for this particular student to go ahead and amend. My brother Mugara, you talked about standardization of, is it courses?
University fees.
University fees. The university fees is determined using there is something called...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Because we are still unanswered, I want to request the CS to stop referring to members. Like he just referred to the honorable member as my brother Murugara. You should refer to him appropriately.
Every member, Minister, is an honorable member. Whether he was your classmate or not, his honorable Murugara is not your friend for purposes of these proceedings.
I'm well guided. I think I can maybe hide behind being very new. This is my first time here. I'll be very careful.
Go ahead.
Honorable Murugara, the university fees is not standard because of the various other costs that are run in various universities. So there are other costs that they factor in, and in fact I can answer this question together with the question that was raised as to why some public universities' fees is slightly maybe higher than the private universities. Because of other costs, for example, related to the number of staff that some universities have, these costs are fed in and they become part and parcel of the cost of the particular program. So they are not, the short answer to that is that they are not standardized. The member for Kajiado South, we are tired of demonstrations and that the piloting was wrong. Now, the question of whether the education for primary school is truly free is a question that we've grappled with here many times, because there are other cost factors. I remember the last time we were here, I was told that sometimes uniforms cost more than what we are paying, and therefore it is not truly free. And this is the conversation that we are saying we need to have to ensure that if we are saying the education is free, is it truly and legally free, or are there other costs that come in and make it impossible to say it is free? So it is something that the ministry is grappling with to see what is the best way to deal with that aspect of the BOM, which comes about because we do not have perhaps enough teachers in those institutions, and the BOM, the parents have to employ some teachers to support the schools. So it is something that we are dealing with, but it is also tied to the funding and the capacity of the government to ensure that we have enough teachers in each and every institution. Lelmelit, Honorable Lelmelit. Lelmengit. We are addressing a problem with different solutions. It is true that in the committees that we have constituted, we put in a number of analysts and data statisticians to look at this model and ensure that it is as effective as possible, so that we can get it working and ensuring that the results that we'll get will be as close as possible to the reality of each individual. On the issue of the strikes that are going on, there was a strike that is taking place as we speak, which we tried to avert and we were not able to manage. They have not signed the CBA for 2021-2025, and we are at the tail end of that cycle. And there have also issues of relating to the CBA of 2017 to 2021, one or two issues pending within that CBA in implementation. And this is, again, tied down to the questions relating to availability of resources because of budgetary constraints, and again, you tie it down to our finance bill. And what we were trying to negotiate with them is to ask for more time to ensure that we can come up with an answer or come up with an amicable solution to handle the issues that they have. And we are going to have another meeting with them tomorrow to see whether we can reduce the gap that we have, and maybe they'll be able to go back to work. So we are doing something about it in the difficult situation that we are in, because we have to accept that we can't run the ministry on the basis of strikes, because it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of resources, and a lot of energy. Bwana Mbui, my apologies for using unparliamentary language.
He is not Bwana Mbui, he is Honorable Mbui.
Honorable Mbui, I'm sorry. Yeah, I need to go back and study this a little bit more. And the safety standards manual, we have said we are going to bring it here to ensure that we can anchor it in law, so that it can have the force of law, so that where people are making a mistake or they are not complying, they can be penalized. With respect to grade 9 preparedness, we have started the construction of the 16,000 classrooms for grade 9 that have been assessed as required for grade 9, both the laboratories and the classrooms. And we are already at various stages of completion. We have classrooms that are at 3% and others are at 95%. And we are calculating that we'll finish 11,000 classrooms probably by mid-November, and thereafter we deal with the remainder of 3,000 or 4,000. Partly, there is an amount that was supposed to come through CDF, and we were supposed to work with you to do some classrooms. We are trying to push Treasury or work with them, not push, to ensure that that money is released to you, work with yourselves, so that we can do the 3,400 classrooms that was supposed to be done by CDF. So we are working towards achieving and ensuring that by the time we are landing in January, we have all the 16,000 classrooms ready for grade 9 students who are coming in. I think I've answered the question of Taitum of costing of private, and Honorable Taitum costing more than private schools. Public schools costing more than private schools, and that is sometimes because the private schools are running a tight ship. They have staff that are a little bit more reduced as opposed to public universities, and that's why sometimes the cost differs. Honorable Deco, the students.
Why do you take students from Garissa to Kisumu?
Yes, why we take students from Garissa to Kisumu. The students apply for certain courses and they are placed, but where a student feels they have been placed in the wrong place or they are not able to go to Kisumu, there is in that portal a link for you to apply for intertransfer so that you can transfer back to a school perhaps that is closer to where you are. Accessibility, Honorable Owino, accessibility
but
to...
Minister, if you take that route, yes, you are going to kill the spirit of nationalism in this country. Universities are not day schools where I want to be close home. I would want to see children from Mandera in universities in Kisumu, children from Kisumu in universities in Lodwar, children from Kitui in universities in, that's how to build a nation. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was trying to avoid an issue that actually I think we need to consider, not just the students, but also university leadership, where I think in building the institutions, we should not have a problem where a university manager or university VC is not from the area of the university. We should support that. And if, as members of parliament, you give us that support, I think we'll go very far. So I agree.
Look for competence. Don't
Yes,
look for
competence
issues.
so that we can be able to ensure that our universities are being run competently. But we will require, as a ministry, your support, because some of the problems that are facing the universities arise out of those policies or those pressures. And the VCs tell us they are under a lot of pressure, even to retain staff that are not doing any job in the universities, leading to bloated payrolls, leading to this problem that we have where, universities are almost going under. The LIM scholarships on the internet, Honorable Owino, let me answer and say we are, as a ministry, working and sort of partnering with the Kenya Power now that is laying the internet cable so that we can be able to do last mile connectivity to this particular school so that each school has internet. And we are thinking, what we can do to ensure that for those far-flung schools where students need the internet, what would be giving them in terms of iPads, of laptops, have bundles and have solar, and we are thinking about all that to ensure that there's no child that is disadvantaged. So it is something that is in our radar, and we are working on it to ensure that internet is accessible. On the LIMU scholarships in the last 5 years, the 12 billion, we would prepare a list and share with the House on how the distribution has been and where it has gone so that you can have sight of it. Honorable Kiama talked about the why we came up with 5% for the lower cadre for band 1. Why didn't we come with something sort of 0%, I think. I think the analysis that was done, it was it came up that the most vulnerable would pay a maximum of 5%. For example, in the degree, education program degree, the 5% works to 6,000 or 7,000 shillings, and it's paid in 2 terms, 3,000 in one term and 2,000 in the other term. And the student is paid an upkeep of 60,000. So based on that analysis, it was felt that even when somebody may not have completely nothing, they can actually manage to pay the 3,000 for that course. I think.
Yes, Minister, as we come to the end, I want you to have just 2 issues I want to bring to your attention. The incident in Nyeri, the fire. One would have expected that by now, a fire that burns down a school, consuming and killing many, many children, there must be some criminal culpability somewhere. Either an arson or negligence on somebody who locked in the students so that they could not escape from the fire. Whichever way you look at it, there must be somebody somewhere to carry some level of criminal responsibility. And that is part of the deterrence that you can have to avoid similar incidents in future. I don't know what, as a ministry, you are doing. In the past, we used to have very quick and irrational decisions of closing down the school, cancelling its license, and so on and so forth. That hasn't been done here. But investigations to show some degree of criminal responsibility and culpability is important. Number 2, what brought us here, among other things, is this funding, which you have tried to explain. But you need to go and look at the issue, whatever you call it, whether it's amalgamation or whatever you call it, on management of public bursaries. From where I sit, and many members, and I've been, since we started this conversation, even governors have been calling, saying that it is a point worth following. This money comes from the same source. Everybody is administering a bursary of public resources, administration costs, corruption, thefts of this money. If you came up with a proper policy to consolidate, amalgamate, or whatever you call it, this money will go a long way in improving our education system in the country. Because as it is, these members have cases they bring to me where a parent is given a check of 15,000. The managers of their CDF take 5,000 back in some cases. There's corruption all along the way. If this money was protected, and this house is ready to give you a law to protect that money anytime you wish. And don't do it alone. We have a committee of this house that will work with you to ensure that these knee-jerk reactions that in the management of public resources come to an end, so that we can be able to give this country an education system that is affordable and accessible by all. If you can look at that, I'll ask the majority leader to look at the Hansard and his team and all the members, and much sooner than later we'll recall you again. Because from where I sit, most of the issues that come to this floor are education, health, and security. Education, health, and security, all the time. And if we get those right, some of the rumbles that we see around will substantially die down. We'll come to the end of this. Yes, Lelmengit?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The CS has not answered my question.
Yes.
I need him to give me an assurance that the 5 disciplines that were advertised in Gwen TVC
Yes.
positions, we will get those 5 appointments in that institution. Thank you.
Minister, can you give the assurance? Hold on. Deco, I see you raising your hand. What is the issue? Or you are...
I'm okay, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't raising the hand for you.
So you are stretching your hand.
I was.
That is okay.
I wanted the attention of the PS higher education.
Okay. Go on, Minister. Give Lelmengit the assurance.
Yes, it is true, Honorable Lelmet, that they 5 did 5 disciplines and 2 were posted. They are doing now rationalization, and when we find that there is a discipline that missing a trainer, would repost a trainer there. Yeah, we're working on it. They are aware of that issue. Now, the last 2 issues, Mr. Speaker, are as follows. The reason why we've not taken action on criminal culpability of the issue of Hillside is because the investigation by the DCI is not complete. We are waiting for that report. The assurance I can give this House is that if there is anybody, including our officers, if they did not do their work, we are going to take action against them, criminal and administrative, based on the report. And that is an assurance I can give this House, and it's going to be done. And once the report is done, we can even share that report with the House. On the second issue of the amalgamation of all the bursaries, all the education funds, the whole of the 27% of our budget, all the Arambes we go to, and that this is a lot of money in the education sector. It is in billions. All the scholarships that we get from various places. It is true that this is a conversation that, together with this House, the ministry can come up with a policy. As we agreed, we have statisticians, get the right figures, do the math, and then ensure that we have the proper legal regime that can be able to protect and ring-fence those funds so that we don't have these questions of students will just wake up and go to school and payments will be done. So with your support, it is something that as a ministry we are willing to lead, and as soon as possible through the normal process of public participation, etc., it's something that we can do, and it's an assurance that I can give the House that I picked it up and I'm going to start working on it, and I will share the policy or the guidelines so that we can move together. I think it is time. I think the goodwill is there. I think it's the time to have that discussion, and we can be able to achieve it. So
there's a Kenyan who is in court in Nakuru, yes, forcing you to do that.
I don't need an order, Mr. Speaker. I don't need a court order to do the right thing. I mean, it's the right thing to do. We just need the goodwill from the public. We manage the backlash, then we go ahead and have this. Because education touches everybody. I contribute every day myself. You contribute. If we did that math against everything else, the funds are probably sufficient to run a completely free education in this country. But
thank you, CS. We'll now release you and your team to go back to your office. We'll go to the next order.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
Maung, what
Thank
was
you,
it?
honorable members.
We are done with the minister. I've released him.
Order number 9, motion, enhancing reporting of parliamentary business on online platforms. Resumption of debate.
Who was on the floor? There's nobody on the floor. Mark Mwenje, are you keying in for this? There's no interest in the order.
Order number 10, motion, report on the consolidated fund services expenditures for the supplementary estimates 1 for the financial year 24-25. Resumption of debate.
Chairman, public debt, is he there? Was anybody on the floor on this? Next.
Order number 11, motion. Public petition on funds spent contrary to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution. Resumption of debate.
Was there anybody on the floor? Next.
Order number 12, motion. Implementation status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House.
Chairperson, Committee on Implementation. Did I see Wanjala here? Next.
Order number 13, motion. Alleged unfair trade practices by foreign investors in Kenya.
Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade. Next.
Order number 14, motion. Second report on employment diversity audit in public institutions.
National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity Committee. Next.
Order number 15, motion. Report of the extraordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament, PAP.
Member of PAP? None. Next.
Order number 16, the Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2023, second reading.
Committee on Finance and Planning. Kimani? Not here. Next.
Order number 17, motion. Consideration of reports on financial statements of state corporations, Nyanza region.
Jack, you are ready to move?
Just 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Then we proceed, yeah.
Now, what shall we do in those 5 minutes? It is the only business that we have now. If you are ready, we give you an opportunity to move. And I encourage all members who have business in the House to come ready as if you are the one on top. Because you can see when they all collapse, we even reach you at the very bottom. So, all of our members, it's clear members are not here. That being the case, we'll adjourn the House. Yeah. Read the last one.
Order number 18, the Kenya National Library Service Bill, National Assembly Bill number 20 of 2023, second reading.
Departmental Committee on Sports and Culture. Mwenje, you are the only leadership of the House in the House. Can you communicate to your colleagues that all members who have business in the House, regardless of where they are, and clerks, you must desist from informing members that business on the order paper will not be reached. Because once business on the order paper is presumed that it will be reached. So that if one collapses, we must have another to come on. So Mwenje, talk to your colleagues on both sides of the House that chairmen of committees who have business must strive to be in the House at all times, regardless. Our honorable members, will you be upstanding? It is is now 6:47 p.m. and it's now time to adjourn the House, and the House stands adjourned until
and purpose. Register today for just 2,000 shillings at www.nairobimarathon.com and take your place in this pivotal event.
Doors should not hold out opportunities. Doors are the gateways to progress, the ones that hold ideas, and those that close deals. Let's take those to places where there are none. Let's open big doors that harbor progress. In all the places that we are,
KCB ni yangu.
KCB ni yetu.
KCB is mine.
KCB ni yetu. For people, for better.
This is NTV.
Na siku zote Waswahili husema fungai kibwebwe si bure na mchezo. Mpenzi mtazamaji, karibu katika taarifa zetu za NTV jioni. Mengi yamegonga vichwa vya habari nyanjani, mijini na hata kwenye ngazi za kimataifa. Na yote hayo tutakuandalia papa hapa katika meza yetu ya NTV jioni, lakini kwanza kabisa tupate yaliyomo.
The rule of law is guaranteed by making sure that we have men and women who make sure that each and every one of us keeps to the straight and narrow and respects the rule of law.
Hatimaye Rais Ruto azungumzia ukaidi wa Gilbert Masengeli na mvutano wake na mahakama.
Tuko na nia, tuko na sababu na uwezo turindime ngoma hii vile tumeianzisha.
Wahadhiri wa vyuo vikuu vya umma 35 wapo kuifunza serikali adabu iwapo haitawajibika.
Honorable Speaker.
Wabunge wapiga kura kumpitisha Douglas Kanja au inspekta mkuu wa polisi. Anasubiri saini ya Rais Ruto.
Tumeenda mahali kwingi tukitafuta shule yenye naweza peleka mtoto wangu kwa sababu ya ulemavu wake, lakini ilikuwa ngumu sana.
Na katika sehemu ya afya yako ya kila Jumatano, tunaangazia malezi ya mama asiyeweza kusikia.
Hii ni NTV jioni na Frida Mwaka.
Na mtazamaji, ndio mwanzo wa taarifa zetu za NTV jioni. Mfasiri wa lugha ishara ni Flora Atieno. Fanya mtagusano nami katika mitandao yetu ya kijamii @NTV Kenya @Mwaka Frida. Na moja kwa moja, Rais William Ruto ameiomba idara ya polisi na mahakama kufanya kazi pamoja na kusitisha malumbano kati yao. Kulingana naye, hakuna yote ambayo yuko juu ya katiba na sheria, na kama anavyoarifu mwanahabari wetu Brian Mushiri, Rais kwa mara ya kwanza ametoa sauti yake katika mvutano unaoendelea kati ya polisi na mahakama.
Rais William Ruto ametoa kauli yake kutokana na vuta ni kuvute ambayo imejitokeza siku za hivi majuzi kati ya kaimu inspekta jenerali wa polisi Gilbert Masengeli na idara ya mahakama.
The rule of law is guaranteed by making sure that we have men and women who make sure that each and every one of us keeps to the straight and narrow and respects the rule of law.
Rais akikiri kwamba idara ya polisi na mahakama ni idara huru na demokrasia haiwezi kuheshimika ikiwa hakuna uwiano wa idara hizi. Ikumbukwe kwamba Masengeli alidhihirisha ukaidi wazi kwa umma baada ya kukataa kufika mahakamani mara 7 kama alivyoagizwa, na hata baada ya kupewa hukumu ya kifungo cha miezi 6 gerezani. Siku iliyofuata walinzi wa Jaji Lawrence Mugambi waliondolewa. Jaji mkuu Martha Koome akafoka. Katika hafla ya kuanza safari ya kutekeleza matakwa ya jopo kazi la Maraga ambalo lilipendekeza safu ya hatua kadhaa zikiwemo nyongeza ya mishahara kwa maafisa wa polisi, rais anasema kwamba serikali itagharamika shilingi bilioni 106 ili kutimiza haya.
The reforms that we implement are reforms that are people-centered, anchored on our constitution, and they are reforms that reflect the national interest in its collectivity.
Zaidi, serikali imetangaza kujenga nyumba 32,000 kwa maafisa wa polisi.
We are aware that in some cases, some of our prison officers live in houses that are not so different from the prison itself.
Miundo misingi yote ambayo ilipendekezwa na kamati ya aliyekuwa jaji mkuu David Maraga sasa imeratibishwa na Rais William Ruto. Vile vile Rais William Ruto amemsuta Kaimu Inspector Generali wa polisi Gilbert Masengeli kwa kile anachodai ni ukosefu ama ukatili wake wa kukosa kufuata sheria. Brian Mushiri, NTV, Nairobi.
Baada ya taarifa yake Brian Mushiri ni kwamba masomo katika vyuo vikuu vyote vya umma nchini hayajafanyika leo baada ya wahadhiri wote wa pamoja na wafanyakazi wengine wa vyuo hivyo kuanza rasmi mgomo wao. Wahadhiri wameshikilia kuwa hawatarejea madarasani kamwe hadi pale serikali ya Rais William Ruto itakapoongezea mishahara na hata kuwapa bima nzuri ya afya. Mwanahabari wetu David Mudhoka alikuwa kwenye mojawapo ya vyuo vikuu vya umma ambapo mgomo huo umefanyika na hata kuandaa taarifa ifuatayo.
Katika chuo hiki kikuu cha mafunzo ya ufundi anuai TUK hapa jijini Nairobi, wahadhiri na wafanyakazi wengine katika chuo hiki waliamua kutoingia madarasani ili waanguke nayo. Mgomo wa wahadhiri katika vyuo vikuu vya umma 35 ukianza rasmi asubuhi ya Jumatano. Wahadhiri wameapa kutofunza tena hadi pale serikali itakapoongeza mishahara pamoja na kuwapa bima nzuri ya afya.
You cannot equate a professor with job group S. Somebody who just waits for 3 years, then he moves to the next grade. Tuko na nia, tuko na sababu, na uwezo. Turindime ngoma hii, vile tumeianzisha, mpaka tufanye nini? Tupate haki yetu.
Katika chuo kikuu cha Dedan Kimathi katika kaunti ya Nyeri, wahadhiri hapa walikita kambi katika lango kuu la chuo hiki kabla ya kuanza kuzunguka na mabango yenye jumbe mbalimbali.
Hapa ndio Waswahili husema punda amechoka. We have been patient for this cycle of 21-25 CBA. We have not gotten anything.
Na katika chuo kikuu cha Eldoret katika kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, wahadhiri pia hawakuachwa nyuma, wanafunzi wakionyesha hofu ya kuvurugiwa masomo.
SRC tutoe hii kitu. Sijui tutafanya referendum ama tufanye aje, because we are suffering. The president should hear this.
Katika chuo kikuu cha Pwani kaunti ya Kilifi, hali ilikuwa kama ya vyuo vingine vikuu vya umma.
This will be a long haul. It has started and it's going to be a long journey. Let them be prepared.
Hii ndiyo taswira ambayo imeanza kushuhudiwa katika vyuo vingi vikuu vya umma humu nchini. Macho yote sasa yakiwa kwa serikali kuona iwapo itakuwa ikiwaita wahariri kwenye meza ya majadiliano kuzungumza na kuafikiana nao ili kuweka kikomo kwa mgomo huu. David Muthoka, NTV, nikiwa katika chuo kikuu cha The Technical University of Kenya, Nairobi.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, ndipo hapo anasema jamani, wamejifunga kibwebwe, wapo tayari kupambana. Tukisonga mbele ni kwamba uhuni unaotekelezwa na vijana wa mapanga umerudi mjini Mombasa. Vijana hao wanawapora wenyeji mchana peupe na hata kujeruhi baadhi ya wenyeji baada ya kupora mali yao. Maafisa wa polisi hata hivyo wameanzisha msako dhidi ya genge hilo na kufikia sasa vijana 13 wametiwa mbaroni na baadhi ya silaha kupatikana. Huyu hapa mwanahabari wetu kanda wa Pwani Kevin Mutai na maelezo zaidi.
Video hii ya CCTV iliyonaswa mjini Mombasa siku 3 zilizopita inaonyesha vijana hawa wawili wakimfumania jamaa aliyekuwa ziara yake. Mmoja aliyekuwa amejihami na panga akimtishia kumjeruhi asingesalimisha mali yake. Wizi huo wa mabavu ulifanyika mchana peupe, vijana hao wakiondoka aste aste, huku ikisemekana waliendelea kuandama wenyeji wengine wakiwapora. Tukio hili la pili lilinaswa kundi hilo la vijana likimshambulia jamaa aliyekuwa kibarizi nje ya duka. Inadaiwa alijeruhiwa baada ya kukatwa, vijana hao wakiandama simu yake kabla ya kutoroka wakitumia pikipiki.
We managed to catch up with them at Utange area within Kisauni. This is a group which operates in Mombasa, but then they run away in the neighborhood.
Ni wahuni ambao wamekuwa kiwahangaisha wenyeji, wengi wanaoandamwa wakiwa ni kina mama, visa vingi vikiripotiwa kisiwani.
Hapa Mombasa kumekuwa na ongezeko la wahuni ambao wanabeba mapanga na wanapokonya watu kwa mapikipiki na matuktuk.
Tunashukuru Mombasa kidogo kuna sehemu zina makamera, na tuwaomba yani mapolisi wazidishe bidii kuweka ulinzi hasa mitaani hapa mitaani na wafuatilize hizo kamera.
Kufuatia visa hivi, maafisa kutoka serikali ya kaunti ya Mombasa wameanzisha msako ya kuandama vijana wanaorandaranda mitaani. Naibu Kamishna Ahmed Mohamud akisema ni vijana 163 ambao wamezuiliwa kufikia sasa.
The problem that we have in Mombasa which is challenging us, it is the increase of the street families. And now it is a challenge. We don't have a place to take to them a rehabilitation center.
Kuna baadhi ya silaha ambazo zimepatikana na hata baadhi ya pikipiki kunaswa, polisi wakisema wako mbioni kuandama wote wanaohangaisha wakazi. Kati ya washukiwa waliokamatwa ni vijana wawili ambao wanasemekana wamekuwa kwenye mtego wa polisi kwa muda mrefu sasa.
We are sounding a warning to those who have got such kind of intention that the NPS will not relent until we catch up with them.
Kevin Mutai, NTV katika kaunti Mombasa.
Mtazamaji wangu, sasa toke Pwani tuelekee Mlimani ambapo mtafaruku umezuka miongoni mwa wakilishi wadi kutoka eneo hilo la Mlima Kenya baada ya baadhi ya madiwani kutumia nafasi ya mkutano kumfanyia kampeni waziri wa usalama wa ndani Kithure Kindiki kuwa msemaji wa eneo hilo kinyume na ajenda ya mkutano huo. Haya yanajiri huku wazee wa Njuri Ncheke kutoka kaunti za Meru na Tharaka Nithi wakimuidhinisha Kindiki. Tumpate sasa mwanahabari wetu wa Mlimani Margaret Kimathi.
Mkutano huu uliohudhuriwa na zaidi ya madiwani 300 katika mkahawa fulani mjini Murang'a ulitiwa mchanga pale wawakilishi wadi walikosa kukubaliana, upande mmoja ukisema ulidanganywa kuhusu ajenda ya mkutano huo. Kwa mujibu wa madiwani hao, waliambiwa kuwa mkutano huo ulikuwa kujadili usawi na maendeleo miongoni mwao, lakini ukageuka kuwa wa kisiasa. Waliokerwa walishutumu mrengo mwingine kwa kujaribu kuwatumia kumfanyia kampeni waziri wa usalama Kithure Kindiki kuwa msemaji wa eneo la Mlima Kenya.
Ile agenda tulitoa jana si agenda ambayo tumeikuta leo kwa meza. Kwa sababu huyu speaker kwanza wa Embu na ni rafiki yangu, ametuzungusha hivi akatuzungusha, lakini end result anataka tuelekee pale tu mahali ya kuendorse Kithure Kindiki. Sisi kama watu wa Kirinyaga hiyo tumekataa.
At the national level we are going to use Professor Kindiki Kithure as our point man for any political and national development matters.
Wakati huo zaidi ya wazee 2000 wa baraza la wazee la Njuri Ncheke kutoka kaunti za Meru na Tharaka Nithi wamemuidhinisha waziri wa usalama na masuala ya ndani Kithure Kindiki kama msemaji wa eneo hilo.
siku ya leo Njeri Ncheke in the numbers wamemuendorse kama kingpin wetu.
Watu wa Mount Kenya East biti ni kidogo, na ndio tunaona mtu yetu akiwa pale hata sisi tutainuka kidogo.
Margaret Kimathi, NTV.
Na afisa wa polisi aliyehudumu kwa muda mrefu Douglas Kanja atachukua usukani kuwa inspekta mkuu wa polisi. Hii ni baada ya bunge kuidhinisha uteuzi wake. Hii ni baada ya bunge kuidhinisha ripoti ya kamati ya pamoja ya bunge la Seneti na bunge la kitaifa iliyopendekeza kuidhinishwa kwake, ikisema kuwa ana ujuzi, uelevu na tajriba ya kuiongoza huduma ya polisi nchini. Wabunge wamemtaka Kanja kutekeleza mabadiliko yatakayoimarisha huduma ya polisi nchini.
The nominee was able, to the satisfaction of the committee, to exhibit knowledge in matters relating to the security, to law, management, leadership, and quality necessary to administer and manage command of the National Police Service.
And we need to ensure that we pass him very quickly so that the acting IG can be relieved of his services, because we are not very happy with what he's doing in the country, Mr. Speaker.
Issues of human rights, respect for law are being clawed back by the people that we have right now at Vigilance House.
Na mtazamaji, baada ya taarifa hiyo ni kwamba serikali imetoa matokeo ya chembe-chembe na 7 au kipenda DNA kwa miili 21 iliyotolewa katika shule ya Hillside Endarasha. Hii ni kufuatia mkasa wa moto wiki 2 zilizopita. Mpasuaji mkuu wa serikali Johansen Odwor amesema kuwa miili yote imelingana na sampuli zilizokusanywa kutoka kwa wazazi. Serikali sasa imeanza shughuli ya kuwasiliana na wazazi kwa ajili ya maandalizi ya maziko, na wanafunzi hao 21 watazikwa wiki ijayo baada ya ibada ya wafu itakayofanyika Mwega, kaunti ya Nyeri.
They were able to match the samples which were obtained from the bodies of the victims and samples which were obtained from the parents. We are now in a process of contacting the relatives. We have a team made up of DCI and Red Cross and counselors, so that we can have them come and reunite with their loved ones as we are preparing for the next process of assisting them in the way they are going to bury the bodies.
Na mtazamaji, tukisonga mbele na taarifa zetu ni kwamba mfanya biashara aliyehusika katika mgogoro wa ardhi amezuiliwa hadi kesho baada ya kukana makosa mawili ya kula njama ya kulaghai na kulichukua kwa nguvu shamba ambalo ameshtakiwa nalo. Abdul Rahman alifikishwa mbele ya hakimu wa mahakama ya Milimani Geoffrey Onsarigo na kukataa kujibu mashtaka kwa nia ya kulaghai kampuni ya Pedval Limited iliyo sehemu ya ardhi iliyo katika wadi ya Sosian Estate, ardhi ya thamani milioni 10. Inashtakiwa kwa kufanya makusudi ya kulaghai na kula mali pamoja na wenzake njama ya kuingiza kwa nguvu na mali hiyo ya ardhi. Abdul alikanusha mashtaka kupitia kwa wakili wake na aliambia mahakama kuwa kuna kesi ya madai katika mahakama kuhusu umiliki wa sehemu hiyo ya ardhi. Umilikaji wa shamba bado haujaamuliwa na mahakama. Na mtazamaji, baada ya taarifa hiyo nachukua mapumziko mafupi. Mengi tumekuandalia katika meza yetu ya NTV jioni, tupate yajayo. Na makala ya mama anaelea kwa ishara, hana uwezo wa kusikia.
Are you ready for the Leadership as a Game Changer Summit?
Let's talk leadership. If management is IQ, we think it. Leadership is EQ, we feel it.
I feel very strongly that culture is more powerful than strategy. And when I say culture, I mean the way we get things done around here.
Come to our summit. Come to the Leadership Summit. My name's Rene Carroll and I've had the privilege of coaching some of the best leaders in the world. Not every one of them was a leader when we kicked off.
Join the best leadership coach at the Movenpick Hotel, Nairobi, on 24th September 2024 from 7:30 a.m.
Usiachwe nyuma.
Join us at the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. Register by visiting www.nairobimarathon.com and help us move Kenya forward. Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. Run, embrace possibility.
Karibu tena mtazamaji, tuendelee na taarifa zetu. Kulea ingawa kuna thawabu ni ghali, na ni ghali mno unapokuwa kiziwi na una mtoto aliyewezeshwa tofauti. Ukosefu wa mawasiliano bora kwa kukosa mkalimani katika vituo vya afya ilikuwa ni wimbi la masikitiko kwa Divina, akijiona kama mpuuzwa na asiye na watu. Mwanahabari wetu wa masuala ya afya Esther Gashunga anatueleza zaidi.
Mimi ni mama mwenye ulemavu wa kutosikia na niko na watoto wawili, na wakati huo mtoto wangu alipozaliwa hakulia. Hakuwa mtoto kama wale wengine, aliwekwa kwa incubator kwa photolite kwanza, juu alikuwa na jaundice for 3 days kwa siku 3.
Miezi mitano ya kwanza, Divi alisalia hospitalini huku akimwacha mtoto mikononi mwa dadake.
So nilipotoka hospitalini nilikuja nikapata mtoto wangu alikuwa hali mbaya.
Ni pigo la maisha, moyo wake ukiuguza makovu ya kujiona ulimwengu wa upweke kutokana na ulemavu huu.
Kwa sababu mimi ni single mom, nilikuwa na shida sana za wakati mwingine kukosa pesa. Nilikuwa namshughulikia, wakati mwingine hata nakosa chakula, na pia alipofika umri wa kuenda shule nilienda hospitali na nikaambiwa mtoto wangu ako na Down syndrome.
Upendo wa mama ndio dhabihu halisi, kwani hutoa kila kitu alichonacho kwa watoto wake, awe na ulemavu au asiwe nao.
Nilipenda mtoto wangu sana, kwa hivyo nilikuwa nambeba sana na mchunga sana, ninakaa tu na yeye, sikumwachia mtu mwingine. Hakuwa vile na nguvu, macho yake alikuwa anafunga sana. Nilijaribu kumshughulikia, kumchunga, na ninashukuru Mungu ati wakati huu ako sawa. Kile kitu inamsumbua ni mwangaza tu.
Hata hivyo, Divi anahisi kuwa bado kuna unyanyapaa kwa walemavu, haswa viziwi.
Kama mimi nilipoenda kujifungua, ninaitana, ninapiga nduru, siwezi hata tembea, lakini hawakuwa wananishughulikia vile inafaa. Nimeenda kwa National Council for People with Disabilities, nimeenda nikijaribu kupigania haki za mtoto wangu, lakini sijapata. Tumeenda mahali kwingi tukitafuta shule yenye naweza peleka mtoto wangu kwa sababu ya ulemavu wake, lakini ilikuwa ngumu sana. Mwaka jana ndio Judy alikuja hapa, tukaweza kupata shule, na ni shule ya watoto wa kawaida. Madaktari ndio wahitimu, lazima daktari kwanza pia akuwe amehitimu kufanya sign language, ndio tuache kukuwa na yo ati wakati wanaenda hospitali, wakati mtu amefanya kazi miaka kadhaa ndio anakutana na mtu aliona ulemavu wa kusikia, anashindwa ataanza wapi, anashindwa atafanya nini.
Shirika la Talking Hands Listening Eyes limesaidia kina mama wengi, lengo kuu likiwa la kushughulikia afya ya akili na uzazi wa mwanamke kiziwi.
Wale mama ambao ni deaf wako pale nje na wanatafuta mahali watu wanaweza simama na wao, especially kuenda hospitali kuelewa ni nini daktari anasema, ama watu wanaweza pigania haki zao juu si hospitali peke yake. Kuna mambo mingi sana. Waingie watu join Talking Hands na watu tafute FLEP, inaitwa FLEP kwa mtandao, na wataweza kutupata.
Esther Gashunga, NTV.
Asante sana Esther kwa taarifa hiyo konto katika makala ya kila Jumatano ya afya yako. Mtazamaji, sasa tuvuke kidogo twende katika taarifa za kimataifa, ambapo taifa la Marekani limehakikishia viongozi wa dunia watakaofika nchini humo wiki kesho kwa kongamano la Umoja wa Mataifa kwamba limeweka usalama wa kutosha jijini New York. Mwanahabari wetu Lois Ongoi anatupasha hilo pamoja na mengi yanayojiri katika kongamano hilo la UNGA siku ya leo.
Akizungumza na wanahabari katika makao makuu ya Umoja wa Mataifa, mwakilishi wa Marekani Linda Thomas aliomba viongozi wa serikali, marais na mawaziri wakuu kutoka mataifa zaidi ya 100 watakaofika Marekani wiki ijayo kwamba usalama wa anga za juu umezingatiwa, haswa baada ya shambulizi la kuhatarisha maisha kwa aliyekuwa rais wa Marekani Donald Trump, ambaye ni mgombea wa urais katika uchaguzi mwaka huu. Akisalia katika masuala ya usalama, balozi huyo wa Marekani katika Umoja wa Mataifa aliongeza kwamba kongamano hili la Umoja wa Mataifa limeandaa vikao maalum kuhusu Sudan, ikiwa ni vikao ambavyo vitasaidia taifa hilo kuweka jitihada za amani ya kudumu. Aidha, imekuwa habari njema kwa bara Afrika baada ya kongamano hili la 79 la Umoja wa Mataifa kutaja kwamba litatenga nafasi 2 za kudumu za bara la Afrika katika Baraza la Usalama la Umoja wa Mataifa. Wiki ijayo, kongamano hili litaanza rasmi mazungumzo ya nguzo za juu pale viongozi wa dunia watakapofika hapa.
Wiki hii mazungumzo yatakuwa yanaongozwa na washikadau katika sekta mbalimbali zikiwemo kilimo, afya, elimu, ustawi wa uchumi na haki za kibinadamu. Lois Wangoi, NTV, jijini New York, Marekani.
Baada ya taarifa yake Lois Wangoi, zimekatika dakika 21 baada ya saa 1. Mtazamaji wangu, nachukua tena mapumziko mafupi, nitarudi na mengi zaidi katika dawati la sport.
Good morning, Peter.
We believe in ideas that can change the world.
Striver and believer. At ABSA Corporate and Investment Banking, we are invested in your story, and we invite you to write it with us, because your story matters. ABSA.
Welcome to Mount Longonot Schools, Naivasha, where excellence in studies is guaranteed, where every talent matters, where there is a strong reading culture, and where a child is brought up as a holistic child. Mount Longonot Schools is ahead of the pack when it comes to implementation of CBC. It has a seamless transition from primary school to junior secondary school with excellent boarding facilities. With its weekly boarding and only an hour's drive from Nairobi, a child at Mount Longonot Schools gets the best of both worlds.
Our children are happy to board, and you can talk with your child every day and pick them every weekend.
Mount Longonot Schools is top in extracurricular activities. Students are specially trained in music, ballet, art, drama, public speaking, golf, swimming, and many more. Mount Longonot Schools, Naivasha, celebrating 10 years of academic excellence.
Usiachwe nyuma. Join us at the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. Register by visiting www.nairobimarathon.com and help us move Kenya forward. Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon. Run, embrace possibility.
Karibu mtazamaji wangu, sasa tudunde viwanjani. Timu ya kandanda ya Junior Starlets ya wasichana wasiozidi umri wa miaka 17 imeandikisha historia kwa kuwa timu ya kwanza ya kandanda kabidhiwa bendera ya taifa na Rais William Ruto kuelekea mashindano ya kombe la dunia. Na kabla ya kupewa bendera, timu hiyo ilipata fursa ya kusakata dimba na Rais Ruto katika uwanja wa Ikulu. Baada ya mechi, Rais alimpa nahodha wa timu hiyo Elizabeth Ochaka bendera, huku akiwarai kupandisha hadhi ya taifa katika mashindano hayo ambayo yatang'oa nanga mwezi ujao. Timu hiyo itaondoka kesho kuelekea Uhispania ambapo watacheza dhidi ya timu 4 ambazo zitakuwa kwenye kombe la dunia huko Jamhuri ya Dominican. Kenya iko katika kundi cha na Uingereza, Mexico na Korea Kaskazini, na Kenya itacheza mechi yake ya kwanza dhidi ya Uingereza tarehe 18 mwezi Oktoba.
Mr. President, ningependa kuahidi ya kwamba tukienda huko hivyo, we are going to give our very best than before.
So we have been teaching them in camp. Walimu wanakuja, wanawasomesha, then they train. That's how they've got here.
I made the policy decision that the sports fund will no longer be used to do all the other things that it was used to do. It will only be focused on sports, so that we can have adequate resources to support sports right from the bottom.
Na kwingine kwa mtazamaji, wachezaji wawili wamejumuishwa kwa mara ya kwanza kwenye kikosi cha taifa cha timu ya raga ya wanawake Kenya Lionesses itakayochuana na Madagascar Ijumaa wiki hii kwa mechi ya kujipima nguvu. Na mchezaji wa Impala Anjeri na mwenzake kutoka klabu ya Suburbs Diana Midiva na Sheila Wesa wametajwa kikosini. Natasha Mali ndiye nahodha kikosi hicho akisaidiwa na Sheila Chajira. Teria Yesa, Stella Wafula, Maureen Muritu, Sinaida Mokaya, Fresha Awino ni miongoni mwa wachezaji wengine ambao wamejumuishwa katika kikosi.
They came playing open play, as the coach has said. Right now, we are more physical, let's say physical. Physicality, you'll see it tomorrow if you decide to come and watch. It won't be as easy as it was in Madagascar, because we have polished out our breakdowns, our contact areas, and definitely they will feel it.
Na kiziba mkonga katika taarifa hizi za spoti ni kwamba klabu ya Italia ya AS Roma imemfuta kazi kocha wake Daniel De Rossi baada ya kupoteza mechi 4 mtawalia. De Rossi alichezea Roma miaka 20 na alichukua uongozi wa kikosi hicho mwezi Januari baada ya Jose Mourinho kupigwa kalamu. Rossi ameachisha kazi kwa sababu ya matokeo duni licha kuandikisha kandarasi mpya hadi Juni mwaka 2027. Roma itachuana na Udinese Jumapili hii. Baada ya taarifa hizo za spoti, mtazamaji wangu, langu tu ni kupa shukrani kwa kuungana nami kwenye taarifa hizi. Natumai zimeridhia nafsi yako. Siku zote ni Frida Mwaka Ntaitika, mfasiri wa lugha ishara ni Flora Atieno, na kutakia usiku mwanana usiokuwa na bugdha, ila tujifunze Kiswahili ndani ya neno la siku. Katika neno la siku tunaangazia neno taraghani. Maana yake, hali ya mtu kujiona bora kuliko wengine au kichwa kikubwa. Mfano katika sentensi, Asengeli ameshtumiwa kuwa taraghani, eti aitwapo haitiki wito.
Borrow up to 1 million Kenya shillings from as low as 1.2% with a top-up anytime you need. Dial *522# or apply on the KCB app today. The KCB Mobile Loan. Unbelievably flexible, incredibly affordable. KCB, for people, for better. Terms and conditions apply. Regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya. The new KCB mobile loan is unbelievably flexible and incredibly affordable. You can now borrow up to 1 million Kenya shillings from as low as 1.2% as a 1-day, 7-day, 14-day, 30-day loan, or enjoy a longer-term period of up to 1 year at competitive rates with a top-up anytime you need. Dial *522# or apply on the KCB app today. The KCB mobile loan. Unbelievably flexible, incredibly affordable. KCB, for people, for better. Terms and conditions apply. Regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
My name is Foina. I'm a beauty mogul. My name is Vespa. Jakuja kufurahisha mtu. I'm a Bay Amber the brand. Yani pesa kitu mzuri jamani.
They don't uga. Hakuna kubembeleza watu, ni hali ya pilipili na ndimu kuanzia sasa mpaka mwisho.
You're such an instigator. Wenda. Oh my God.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated GE. It is therefore suitable for general family viewing.
Happy Wednesday to each one of you watching today's show. This is The Glam. This is where your beauty is cherished, your wellness is prioritized, and your heart is treasured. Welcome to another fantastic episode. And today we're at Spritz Hair Studio at Greenhouse Mall ground floor, and we're going to be looking at natural hair styling, okay? So today we're doing a Texlax, but our stylist for the day is going to take us through the entire process. But you're probably wondering why there's so much emphasis on natural hair. Doesn't everyone have natural hair, right? Like the fact that you have hair in your head, isn't that natural hair? But when we talk about natural hair, we're talking about hair that grows out of your scalp in its kinky, coily form, okay? But we'll get to know more about that because I myself am learning, and that's why I love this glam journey, because we get to learn together. So without further ado, let's get to meet our stylist for the day, Alice. Hi, Alice.
Hi.
Thank you so much for allowing us to do this with you. Now, tell us what we're doing today.
So today we are doing Texlax on a compromised hair. The reason why I'm saying it's compromised is because it has color. It has color, yes.
So natural hair, and I know Spritz is known for natural hair, right? What is natural hair?
Natural hair is, let me use the term virgin hair. Yeah, it's a hair that has not been compromised in any way. It's a hair that doesn't have any chemical service. It's a hair that the curl pattern is still intact. Yes. Yeah, that's natural hair.
So I remember recently someone asking me if my hair was a 3A, and I had no idea what that meant, right? Maybe you can tell us what, how do you tell the type of hair that you have?
The type of hair that you have, you can tell, it depends on the your natural curls. So a 4B is a bit rough, it's a bit kinky, it's a bit rough when you run your fingers through it. The cuticles are a bit sharp. So, and a 4B is a bit soft. When you look at the curls, they are a bit looser curls. The same way the descent goes through to the 4A. 4A is now looser than 4B, and a 4B is now looser than 4C. Yeah.
All right, so I guess we can start the process having understood a couple of things about natural hair. So you said we're doing a Texlax, right? Which is a texturizing?
Yes.
Texturizing.
Texturizing.
Okay, okay.
Texlax is just another word of texturizing.
Okay.
The reason why I agreed to do Texlax on her already compromised hair is now we have solutions. Not like before, if you were told you want to do color, you want to do texlacs on top of colored hair, it is a big deal. Now we have options. For example, if you're doing texlacs on already colored hair, you can do it, and there is treatments like ARM to reverse, to infuse some amino acids, some bonds that have been broken, so that your hair can bounce back to a normal life hair. Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to seeing the process. So yes, we can start.
We can start. When doing texturizer, we have 4 steps. The first step being the application. The application. After doing application, we have something called perfecting cream. Perfecting cream is where now it's a chemical. It's a product applied after rinsing out chemical completely. It's to stop further reaction of chemical. Remember, chemical can continue to process while still even at the sink. So after rinsing out completely chemical, now you do this one. We stop further reaction of chemical with this one. We soothe your scalp where you feel sensitive. It also soothes it. It also gives you the normal hair pH. We are trying to revert your hair into back to normal hair pH. So this one helps us with that. After this, now we can use the hair bath. Hair bath, normal word is neutralizing shampoo. So hair bath is again helps with the reversing your hair to a normal hair pH. So after using this, now we'll use the treatment. The treatment for today, I'm going to use ARM. Remember, her hair is compromised, and we are trying to use it to infuse back the bonds so that it looks healthier. Remember, she doesn't want to go relax. She wants her hair natural. And again, when you're doing your texlacs, normally after doing consultation, every part of your hair, there are some hair that are already damaged. It can be heat damage, it can be color damage, or that is a chemical damage. It can be environmental damage. So when you're doing your texlacs, we normally say where there was a damage, you're going to see a little bit of inconsistency of the curls. Understand? So one, we won't have your curl pattern from here to here is going to be different. Reason being, your roots are the most healthiest part of your hair. Then your curl pattern from here to here is going to be different. This one is going to be different. In between, you'll have some parts that are a bit straight and some part that has very nice curls after sexual. So the curls that are going to be a bit straight are the curls that are now where the hair is damaged. If you come in with the hair natural, normally natural and healthy, after doing texlacs, your hair would look flawless.
It has a consistent pattern and
exactly.
texture.
It would be all way round, uniform, and it would look nice. So this is just preparing her hairline, being the sensitive part. After I'm done with the roots, now I'm going to extend this one. And as you can see, the ends are already straight compared to the roots. So I'm just going to touch, just touching a bit, then we run to the sink. Texturizer is not supposed to itch your scalp. It's not supposed to, you're not supposed to feel sensitive or anything, because we are not waiting for that. Again, we are not supposed to soothe it. Remember the way they used to soothe with a comb? We are not to do that. If you soothe with a comb, it's like you're damaging the cuticles. You're unlining them. Let's rinse to the sinks. When rinsing again, we start from the ends. Remember they are compromised. And you use cold water. Then we go to the roots. Make sure you get chemical out completely.
So we've done the first section of the texturizer, or the relaxer. Texturizer. Okay, fantastic. So what can we see here?
So remember I was saying about the roots being different to the ends. Remember I was saying about some parts being different, being straighter, and some parts being curlier. Now we have the difference right here. So the roots are a bit tight. It's a bit afro-ish, which we still wanted natural. So the roots are still natural-ish, but the ends are a bit straighter. Yeah, the ends are a bit straighter.
And you said because of the compromised hair is going to be much straighter than
the damaged part.
Yes.
Yeah, the compromised part. Yes, that's the reason why. Of which the ARM will help us solve this part, and she will do it twice or thrice until this part is going to be solved. So we are able to reverse this part to this part. That's why we don't want to go to a mild of this. We have two options. The first option was texturizing this part to meet this part so it looks uniform. Or just doing texturizer at the level that we wanted, which is 40%. This one just texturizing it 40% and treating this part for it to meet this part. Yeah, so we are choosing the option 2. Just doing our normal texturizer 40% for both of them. This one would be straighter, but we will treat it to get to this level. After
you would rather treat the damaged hair?
Yes, I would rather treat the damaged parts to get to the healthier part. Yes.
Understood.
Yeah.
So now we're going to do the
two sections.
Yes,
which would be the last section.
Okay.
Yeah. The reason why we are doing this first and we are ending with this part, this one is a bit sensitive. This is the side of the hair that is a bit sensitive, so you do it last. It processes faster. So you do the dormant part first, then come finish with the sensitive part first.
Now, Alice, we're done with the texturizing process, and so far it looks really nice. I like the curl. Yes, the curl pattern has really popped out. Really, really beautiful. Now, what are we doing next?
Next, now we are going to do the processes. Remember the first process we said after rinsing out chemical completely? Now we are doing the perfecting cream. Perfecting cream is to stop further reaction. I'd say that. So we apply it, she stays with it for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, we rinse it off completely. Then after that, we use the hair bath. Hair bath is the neutralizing shampoo. We use it maybe 2 steps for it to make sure the hair is completely rinsed off well. Then afterwards, now we start the process for the ARM. ARM is the treatment that we wanted to mend or reconstruct the ends.
So how long does the texturized hair stay texturized for?
Normally, if we have done, you see the way we've done her, a fresh one, it's upon her to now choose to continue retouching after 3 to 4 months, or it's upon her to choose grow the Texlax part out. Yeah.
And all you need to do is just grow it out.
Yes, just grow it out. So after using all this, now we are going to do the ARM bit, which we use the first called pre-treatment. After applying pre-treatment, massage it well, leave it for 1 to 2 minutes. We'll proceed to the shampoo. After doing the shampoo, just 1 shampoo is enough because we had done the previous shampoo. Yes. Yeah, 1 shampoo is enough. After doing 1 shampoo, now we'll proceed to rinse of serum. After doing the rinse of serum, we'll also massage it, leave it 1 to 2 minutes. Afterwards, now we will rinse it off and now do the leave-in.
Okay.
Yeah, and we're just done. The best thing with this treatment is it's effective and faster.
Yes. Who's going to be handing over to
our assistant, shampoo assistant, who is going to wash her hair really well. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Downy perfume collection. Sometimes I need a scent to keep me calm amongst the chaos, or a light fragrance that keeps me fresh in the heat, or a perfume that feels elegant all day and into the night, lasting longer than expensive perfumes. New Downy, lavender calm, sunrise fresh, and sweet elegance, freshness that inspires confidence. Your dreams have come true. Try it for only 20 shillings.
Is Dove better than ordinary soap? We're going to prove it. Take a bar of your soap and Dove. Use yours on one side, Dove on the other. The soap part feels rough. The Dove side is softer, smoother, and more radiant. With 1/4 moisturizing cream, Dove deeply nourishes for radiant skin all over. Try Dove and feel the difference.
And we need 2 Royco cubes, because iron gives you strength to sukuma yourself to be the best you can be.
Umeamka fiti weka tik. Kauna pumua weka tik.
What's good, MKU Thika? Mko vipi? Are you ready for the most electrifying gospel experience of the year?
That's right, and this September the 22nd, we are bringing you something special.
And this freshman's edition is dubbed Twanze Nagod. This is your opportunity to kick off the academic year with a spiritual bang.
We are here to make sure that you start on the right foot. So cross over to be rooted in Christ. And this is crossover! Hey!
At Stima Sacco, we are a reflection of you. We are a stable, financially sound institution providing tailor-made services to add value to your life, time, and money. We are guided by your aspiration. We are designed to match your ambition. We are Stima Sacco, a true reflection of you.
So now we're done with the first, how many processes have we done?
Oh, so many.
A couple, yeah?
A couple, yeah. We've done the texturizer, we've done the steps for the texturizer, we've done the ARM, the steps for the ARM. Both of them have four. Yeah, so it's a couple of, yeah. But you can see the level of, the timing is not that long.
It's not that long.
Yeah, it's not that long because most of them take 1 to 2 minutes. Yeah.
All right. So what should we expect to see once you unwrap the hair?
A bit of not too off from natural look, yeah, and also some defined curls as opposed to her natural curls, yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Oh wow, this is definitely not how it looked. Like you said, the curls are more defined. Yes.
Now you can see from where it was damaged. Are you seeing the curls are more defined? Yes. Yeah. And if you look, the part that is more defined is the part that was so much damaged. Yes. Yeah. It's the part that we expected it to be so much damaged because of previously colored and everything. And
so the ARM works wonders. This is really fantastic.
It's recommended to do ARM after Texlax. It's a bit not pocket friendly, but it's really recommended.
Okay. So I know now you're going to put in the leave-in conditioner. It's a treatment, a leave-in treatment. Why is it important to invest in a leave-in treatment?
So after doing all the steps, leave-in treatment is normally just a sealer to seal in all the products that you've done. And also leave-in treatment, normally some are conditioning, like moisture conditioning, so to give it the moisture.
So now that we're about to style, I would firstly just like to ask, how many times in a year should you texturize your hair?
So I normally recommend, depending on how your hair grows. Some people, the 3 months growth is a bit small. 4 months growth is now starting to show. 5 months now is okay. So I would say 3 to 5 months. 3 to 5, remember, if you overstay with your growth, sometimes, normally, if you overstay with growth, what happens? The growth overweighs the Texlax part, which the growth becomes harder than the Texlax part. What happens if you're treating, washing, doing anything, it will start to shed. Because now if you're combing, you're overweighing this part. This one is hard, then when it's coming off with your hair. What will happen? You're retouching your hair because your hair is growing, but you don't have the length. Why? Because of the shading.
Yes. And I've also seen so many different hair that when the growth is too much, it almost looks really heavy, and then at the end it looks like something just falling, fighting for its life.
And when you do that, sometimes if you overstay with your growth, you'll end up retouching the growth and not having the ends that was previously Texlax. Yeah, because the ends have already cut all of it, and that way you're not chasing length. So if you're a person who is chasing length, catch up with the timing. Yeah, catch up with the timing, and also do lots of what we call the moisturizing treatments when you have your growth. Don't do a protein treatment when you have your growth. Yeah, because when you have your growth, you can't be treating, you can't be giving the tough hair the protein, and the protein also makes your hair tough. Understand?
Right, because it's strengthening it.
So if you have your growth and you're looking forward to retouch it, don't do a protein treatment. And when you're looking forward to grow it out, do moistures. And also there's products that are friendly with Texlax and natural. So you should find out those products. Don't just do any product. Yeah, you'll get products that are very friendly with Texlax part and products that are very friendly with natural part. Mixture of them. So you do one that is friendly for both.
So in what I've been learning along this journey is that whatever beauty treatment, hair treatment that you decide to commit to, there needs to be a follow through. Right? So you need to follow through with the right treatments so that you maintain your hair, your beauty, the makeup in the way that, gives you the best result.
So in the first, when we had done the Texlax, you could see the difference between the natural side, the healthier side, and the damaged side. But now, if you look at it cleanly, you can see the smooth rolling of the hair. Like you can see, there's no too much demarcation as opposed to the way it was before. She had mentioned she has very soft hair at the back, then a bit of 4C in front. And you can see, if you see the back, this happens because we did it in patches. So we don't have two difference of the back as opposed to the front. Her hair is all round equal, if you can see. And also we don't have too much demarcations or flopping parts because of now the treatments that we've done.
And here's a final look. What a transformation, madam. Huh?
I look like I have money.
You look like you have money.
Yeah.
And you smell like you have money.
Yeah, let me tell you, my hair
Fantastic. It's so good. Thank you so much, Alice. You did such an incredible job. Now, I noticed that you didn't put on any oils on her scalp or the hair. Is there any specific reason?
So here I did serum, the absolute serum. And I did, if you notice, I did the lightest oil of all oils.
Right.
On the scalp, we normally avoid oiling, or if we're just doing the light serum. Reason being, Remember, we've just done the chemical service on the scalp. Now scalp is a most sensitive place after doing the chemical service. You need it moisturized, but at the same time, you don't need too much products because it will clog your scalp. You remember. So after clogging scalp can bring so many side effects, yeah, including the balding.
So what aftercare processes, or rather, what are the management strategies for anyone who's texturized their hair?
I feel like it's a bit easy to manage. Do you feel easy? Do you feel lighter? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's easy to manage after, because now the only thing that you need to do, compared to natural hair, the only thing that you need to do is have a light oil and treatments, if you treat your hair at home. But if you do the salon, your stylist is supposed to advise on which treatments to use, alternating between the protein and the moisture. She had asked me about the oils that you're supposed to use at home. I would recommend a light. When I say light, that means a serum oil, because we have different types of oils. My boss had just mentioned about the oils, and I would say we have different types of oil. Why? We have oils that has bigger molecules. If the oil has bigger molecules, remember our cuticles are very small, so going in is a bit hard. So you need to have oils that have smaller molecules so they can go deep your hair. There are some oils that you can be applying on your hair. On the outer side, it shines very nice, but when you touch it, the hair is a bit hard. Why? Because it didn't go deep, the cuticles. The molecules are a bit bigger, so they don't have ability to go in the cuticles. Yeah? And if they go, they escape so fast because they cannot be held. The molecules are a bit big. So I recommend the argans, the avocados, the olives. Yeah, those ones are good with the, yeah.
And lastly, how often should you use heat, for example, blow drying, flat ironing, silk pressing, things like that? How often should you do that?
Okay. So I normally say on styling on textlaxed hair compared to natural hair, textlax enjoy the privileges of having your hair straight and stippled. Yeah. Why? Because textlaxed hair is meant to be straight. Chemicalized hair is meant to be straight. That is how its form is. You are texturizing for your hair to be straight. But now, natural hair is meant to be curly. So, if you're doing blow dry and flat iron on textlaxed hair, that means you're not straining. Why? Because it's meant to be straight. But now, when you're doing blow dry and flat iron on natural hair, you're straining it. That's why you'll have heat damage. Yeah? Because now it's meant to be curly. So I feel like textlaxed hair has the ability or the privilege to have it straight and flat iron. One mistake that you shouldn't do on textlaxed hair is flat iron your hair every morning. Yeah, every morning. Remember, you have products that you had done previously. You have build-ups as opposed to you have so many oils that you've been applying, and that makes hair, you can get damage as opposed to, damage. Heat damage or something damage, because now you have so many build-ups and you're adding heat on top. You understand? So you shouldn't do every morning flat iron, I would recommend maybe once an hour after, because now you're supposed to treat your hair after every 2 weeks after doing the textlax. But now, maybe in between once or twice, yeah, then you treat your hair, then now do the flat iron and straightening. Yeah, don't do it more on top of oils, on top of products, on top of everything. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Alice, for taking us through this textlax process. And for everyone who's watching, as you can tell, if you still want to maintain that natural look, right, and that natural feel, you don't have to go it all the way. You can texturize as she has. Just make sure to tell your stylist what you need for your hair and the outcome that you want, and they're able to satisfy that need for you. Now, finally, we have the owner of Spritz Hair Studio here with us. Hi, Sheila.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, you're most welcome.
And you don't only deal with natural hair, right? Because a lot of people think they only tend to natural hair.
Yeah.
My hair, they can't really take care of it, but no.
Okay, so when we first started, I think most people know me from YouTube. I used to be advocating for natural hair, but then the business grew into focusing on people with different hair needs, because we got a huge clientele also wanting to be catered for, people with relaxed hair, texturized hair, Caucasian hair. So we do a bunch of different services. We are well known for natural hair. We do the open hair styling, but we're also well known for braiding, protective styling. In fact, we offer the best protective styling in town. We always have trending hairstyles and stuff like that. And we also have a nail bar.
Yes, you do have a
which
nail
most
bar.
people don't know.
Yes.
We also have a very nice nail bar. Yeah, so we do a bunch of different things.
Fantastic. And if you want to enjoy the Spritz experience, all you need to do is come here at Spritz Hair Studio at Greenhouse, ground floor. Literally, you'll see it. You will not miss. You will not miss Spritz Hair Studio. Thank you so much for having us, Sheila.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, and thank you for watching. Please let us know your social media handles before we say goodbye.
Of course, you can find us on Instagram. It's Spritz Hair Studio. You can also find us on TikTok. It's at Spritz Hair Studio.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for watching Glam Squad. I hope you'll make your way here at Spritz Hair Studio. So until next week, have yourself a fantastic one and stay glam.
And what is it? Oh, I remember something, but it's gone.
Hair Studio. Until next weekend, stay glam. Weekend, yeah. Take.
Until next week or whatever.
So now Spritz Studio also take. All right, so let's get some tea.
Borrow up to 1 million Kenya shillings from as low as 1.2% with a top-up anytime you need. Dial *522# or apply on the KCB app today. The KCB mobile loan. Unbelievably flexible, incredibly affordable. KCB, for people, for better. Terms and conditions apply. Regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
I was in addiction for 20 years. It runs in our family. I've lost 4 family members to alcoholism. The third mental wellness conference. It's a must-attend conference because many people are suffering from mental health issues. I'll be actually talking about my life in addiction and my journey in recovery, basically to give people hope that there is life after addiction. I'm Anne Mathu. I'll be one of the speakers at the third mental wellness conference on 20th September at Radisson Blu, Upper Hill. Hope to see you there.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
You are the one.
Como si te conociera de otra vida, porque solo con mirarte, créeme, ya sabía. kote nchini. Mbele tuendelee, mbele Kenya twende mbele,
Kenya
tuendelee.
twende mbele. NCBA, go for it.
Are you ready for the Leadership as a Game Changer Summit?
Let's talk leadership. If management is IQ, we think it. Leadership is EQ, we feel it.
I feel very strongly that culture is more powerful than strategy. And when I say culture, I mean the way we get things done around here.
Come to our summit. Come to the Leadership Summit. My name's Rene Carroll and I've had the privilege of coaching some of the best leaders in the world. Not every one of them was a leader when we kicked off.
Join the best leadership coach at the Movenpick Hotel, Nairobi, on 24th September 2024 from 7:30 a.m.
Kenya is on the rise. It's growing, it's progressing, it is powered by you. You are innovative, you are passionate about the future. You want more from life, from time, and from your money. At Stima Sacco, we are a reflection of you. We are a stable, financially sound institution providing tailor-made services to add value to your life, time, and money. We are guided by your aspiration. We are designed to match your ambition. We are Stima Sacco, a true reflection of you.
The Nairobi International Trade Fair is on. From the 23rd of September to the 29th, visit the Jamhuri Park Showground, Nairobi. There will be plenty of entertainment, food, innovations, and learning activities. You can also sample unique variety of products from local and international companies in agri-tech innovation and general trade. Call us on 0715 760 769. Email on trade@nitf.ask.co.ke.
This is NTV.
Well, hello there. Very good evening to you. Thank you for joining us on NTV tonight as we have a look at what's been happening in the country and beyond our borders as well, as we begin with the highlights.
Tonight,
The rule of law is guaranteed by making sure that we have men and women who make sure that each and every one of us keeps to the straight and narrow and respects the rule of law.
Rule of law and enforcers with a cherry-picking aura. President William Ruto bells the cat on the Gilbert Masengeli and judiciary spat. Let the climb down begin. Also tonight,
you cannot equate a professor with job group S. Somebody who just waits for 3 years, then he moves to the next grade.
We have to accept that we can't run the ministry on the basis of strike.
Deserted lecture rooms as dawns down tools. University staff begin strike over delayed pay rise amid promises for a lasting solution. Plus,
anataka tuelekee pale tu mahali ya kuendorse Kithure Kindiki. Sisi kama watu wa Kirinyaga hiyo tumekataa. Even if it means going through Professor Kithure Kindiki so that the welfare of the MCAs of this country can be sorted. So be it.
Kindiki Gachagua supremacy battle. Hundreds of Mount Kenya MCAs clash as the Njuri Ncheke elders hail their son. Who is oiling the war on the mountain chariots? And
the idea of goodwill is to pay the next person, or to get paid for value that you've created within your business.
Babas going for record-breaking goodwill buyouts. Smart investment or outsmarting the investor? Tonight on The Money.
Live from Nation Centre, this is NTV Tonight with Zainab Ismail.
And Flora Atieno on the sign language interpretation beat. Now, President William Ruto has urged the National Police Service and the judiciary to fix their differences so as to have a seamless working relationship. And as NTV's Brian Mushiri now reports, the president has taken a swipe at the acting Inspector General of Police, Gilbert Masengeli, saying that nobody is above the law.
President William Ruto has for the first time pronounced himself on the ongoing tussle between the National Police Service and the judiciary. The recent conflict coming after acting Inspector General of Police, Gilbert Masengeli, snubbed 7 summons to appear in court. He was required to shed light on the whereabouts of 3 men reportedly abducted by police officers in Kitengela area. The court subsequently found him guilty of contempt and jailed him for 6 months.
The rule of law is guaranteed by making sure that we have men and women who make sure that each and every one of us keeps to the straight and narrow and respects the rule of law.
Masengeli's bid to seek redress at the Court of Appeal was futile as the court pushed his hearing to next week. Justice Gatembu Cairo, Weldon Korir and Agre Muchelule directed that the matter be handled next week following an application by the Law Society of Kenya for more time to respond to the application.
I am acutely aware that the National Police Service is an independent institution, and so is the judiciary. But ultimately, we have one master, the people of Kenya.
During the official launch for the strategic framework for the implementation of reforms in the National Police Service, Kenya Prisons and the National Youth Service, following the Maraga Task Force report on police reforms, the President pressed on the need to have a tailor-made police service that puts the service to Kenyan citizens first. Further adding that the implementation of the reforms will cost the taxpayer 106 billion shillings, the largest chunk of the money coming from the exchequer, with the rest coming from development partners.
The reforms that we implement are reforms that are people-centered, anchored on our constitution, and they are reforms that reflect the national interest in its collectivity.
The President further says that the government is seeking to improve the living conditions of police officers.
We are aware that in some cases, some of our prison officers live in houses that are not so different from the prison itself.
Brian Mushiri, NTV, Nairobi.
Meanwhile, senior career police officer Douglas Kanja is set to become the next Inspector General of the National Police Service after Parliament approved his nomination. Kanja will be taking office at a time when the police service is on the spot for perpetuating impunity, ongoing abductions and extrajudicial killings in the country. NTV's Vincent Odwor tells us more.
As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? No! The ayes have it.
The approval of 61-year-old Douglas Kanja to be the next Inspector General of Police has now paved way for his swearing in on Thursday as the 6th Inspector General since the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution. The House approved a report by a joint committee of the Senate and the National Assembly that had recommended his appointment.
The nominee was able, to the satisfaction of the committee, to exhibit knowledge in matters relating to the security, to law, management, leadership, and quality necessary to administer and manage command of the National Police Service.
And we need to ensure that we pass him very quickly so that the acting IG can be relieved of his services, because we are not very happy with what he's doing in the country, Mr. Speaker.
This nominee is without blemish in his 39 years of service. That is not easy for a policeman. That is not easy for a person who has even been a Deputy Inspector General and a Commandant of the GSU. That is rare.
Even as the legislators endorsed Kanja's nomination, they urged him to urgently bring an end to abductions and police brutality against peaceful protesters, corruption, and called on him to uphold the rule of law.
Issues of human rights, respect for law, are being clawed back by the people that we have right now at Vigilance House. I believe, and I very strongly do so, that one Douglas Kanja will take us to the time that Kenya should be. That when you arrest a person, you need to tell them why you've arrested them. You need to listen to them. Then you give them a right to call any person that they may deem fit. But still to date, young people, young jobless people in the streets get arrested and then they are still told, utaongea mbele. Such are the disciplinary things that the Honorable Mr. Kanja needs now to check.
The new police inspector general must come and address the welfare of the police service, the policemen of this country, Mr. Speaker. The kind of places our policemen stay and live with their families, Mr. Speaker, no one can accept to live in that situation who is a member of this House, Mr. Speaker.
Kanja will now replace Japhet Koome, who resigned at the height of the countrywide anti-government protests. Vincent Odur, NTV.
And now learning in all the 35 public universities in the country was totally paralyzed today after public university lecturers and other staff went on strike this morning. The lecturers have vowed to stay away from lecture halls until President William Ruto's administration meets their demands, which includes a pay rise, comprehensive medical cover, as well as harmonized allowances. NTV's David Mudhoka reports on day one of the lecturers' strike.
These were the scenes at the Technical University of Kenya on Wednesday morning as lecturers at the university joined their colleagues in the nationwide strike. Most lecture halls here remained deserted all day, with several students seemingly caught unawares by the strike. The lecturers are agitating for higher pay, a comprehensive medical cover, among other issues that are contained in the 2021 to 2025 collective bargaining agreement.
You cannot equate a professor with job group S. Somebody who just waits for 3 years, then he moves to the next grade.
And when we are called on the table, as we said, whether it is underwater, in air, on land, we are prepared to engage with whomever will come, but not those with conflicted interests.
At the Dedan Kimathi University in Nyeri, lecturers occupied the streets and the entrance of the university with banners, vuvuzelas and whistles to also air their grievances.
How do you take our university professor and
say that he will be paid from fees being collected from students.
And at the University of Eldoret in Uasin Gishu, the lecturers and other staff here also chose to occupy the university's garden, making it apparent to the students that there would be no learning.
We'd like to tell our students, for you to enjoy the future life, please pray for us. Pray for us to get this money. We have become demotivated.
Hundreds of kilometers away at the Technical University of Mombasa and Pwani University in Kilifi, more lecturers downed their tools to join the nationwide strike.
This will be a long haul. It has started and it's going to be a long journey. Let them be prepared.
Amid the crisis, which if not resolved could persist for long, Education CS Julius Migos Ogamba, while appearing before Parliament on Wednesday evening, said his office is keen on ending the strike.
We are going to have another meeting with them tomorrow to see whether we can reduce the gap that we have and maybe they'll be able to go back to work. So we are doing something about it in the difficult situation that we are in, because we have to accept that we can't run the ministry on the basis of strike.
Pressure is expected to increase in the coming days, with the lecturers and university staff set to hold a march to the Ministry of Education headquarters in Nairobi, Parliament and the Treasury building on Monday next week.
This is the situation across all public universities in the country from today. As lecture halls remain deserted, the pavements and the corridors of public universities are filled with lecturers who are striking in the only way they know best. David Muthoka, NTV, from the Technical University of Kenya, Nairobi.
Well, away from education matters, juvenile criminal gangs are back in the streets of Mombasa, stealing from residents. Several cases have so far been reported, with some of the criminals captured on CCTV cameras carrying out their attacks. According to police, 13 suspected members of the gang are in custody as the authorities continue hunting down some of the boys believed to be armed and dangerous. Kevin Mutai has more from Mombasa.
The machete-wielding gangs, also known as Panga Boys, are terrorizing residents in Mombasa. This CCTV footage captured the criminals pouncing on an unsuspecting local. They took away his belongings while threatening to maim him if he refuses to surrender everything. They then casually walked away, marching on with their looting spree. Another incident was also recorded within the CBD. This time, the armed boys seen attacking a man seated outside a shop. The victim tried to resist and was attacked, sustaining injuries on his left hand. And after taking his phone, the attackers used a standby motorcycle rider to flee the scene, making away with his valuables.
We managed to catch up with them at Utange area within Kisauni. This is a group which operates in Mombasa, but then they ran away in the neighborhood.
Members of the gang have been mugging locals in broad daylight, some working in cahoots with tuk-tuk and boda-boda operators to pin on the targets, most of the cases are being reported within the island.
Hapa Mombasa kumekuwa na ongezeko la wahuni ambao wanabeba mapanga na wanapokonya watu kwa mapikipiki na matuk-tuk.
Tunashukuru Mombasa kidogo kuna sehemu zina makamera, na tuwaomba yani mapolisi wazidishe bidii kuweka ulinzi hasa mitaani hapa mitaani na wafuatilize hizo kamera.
Mombasa Deputy County Commissioner Hakman Mohamud says the crime influx is attributed to the increase in the street urchins. This prompted the county enforcement officers to carry out an operation that has so far seen 163 people living in the streets detained.
The last operation we did last night, which was carried out by the same officers, that was the combined the officers from Makupa Police Station and the Central Police Station, and we managed to arrest 64 criminals.
At least 13 suspects have been identified as members of the criminal gang, police saying 2 of them have been on the list of the most wanted persons in Mombasa. Some of the weapons, including knives, machetes, as well as stolen items, have been recovered, with the officers also detaining some of the motorcycles believed to have been used during the crime spree.
We are sounding a warning
to those who have got such kind of intention that the NPS will not relent until we catch up with them.
Kevin Mutai, NTV in Mombasa.
Now, if you asked traders in downtown Nairobi, any business that wants to take over rental space would have to part with lots of money, often in the millions, towards goodwill, which is a fee arising from the reputation that a business has built over the years and its relationship with its customers, and is paid separately from the monthly rental fee. However, in an interesting turn of events, the goodwill concept has gone beyond rental contracts and has quickly caught up in the service industry, where investors are paying an arm and a leg to acquire, train and retain their staff. Now, akin to the multi-billion shilling sports transfer window signings, investors are splashing premium fees in goodwill to win and retain service providers. NTV's Brian George, for instance, had to follow his barber to Kitengela after he made millions after being poached, and now tells us his story.
It's a Sunday afternoon in Kitengela. I'm here for my weekly grooming time. Before I started traveling this far to get my haircut, my barber, Carlington Kiprono, or Calix, as we call him, worked in town, then moved to another spot before settling in Kitengela's Brotherhood Barbershop. He tells me he was bought, literally, and the amount wasn't cheap, or perhaps cheap is relative.
Ilikuwa nataka by the car. Second, hata hiyo unanipesa ati nataka kasi jini. Niko na kitu project ya kufanya. So it told me, need a car. No, let me just give you that car then. No. But I changed my mind. Kwambia, instead of you giving me a car, you pay your dough. But you invest, but don't invest. No. Yeah. So you invest hapa. So that hata mimi sikuwa sasa na move. Just mtu anakuja na pochi unaenda. Wacha sasa niweke hapa ndio pia niko na shares hapa hivi. Okay. That's how it went.
So how much was the car worth?
The car in Konataka ilikuwa that all is 1.9.
1.9. Okay.
That was my deal.
So in short, you can say authoritatively he poached you for 1.9 million.
Calix also intimated that out of his shares and his labor, his monthly take-home is 400,000 Kenya shillings. The trade has changed so much that he doesn't come alone. His package involves shifting with his masseuse who tags along as part of the goodwill trade. And while this trend catches up in the Kenyan market, apparently it's been a dog's age trade. At another hair salon and barbershop, Elora Beauty's Point, Dennis Rodman Zoberi is busy at work with a client who's followed him for the last 3 years. Dennis, who's been a hairdresser for 22 years now, says although he hasn't bought any talent yet, he's followed the trend of hairdressers being bought on goodwill and openly admires just how much investors are willing to spend to acquire talent.
I've had quite lucrative amounts have been given out, so
yeah.
I was wondering why they were not seeing me.
Yeah.
But yes, I've heard about it, but personally I've never gone out to in search of stylists or beauticians.
But how exactly did the goodwill business start?
So goodwill essentially, if you look at history, probably dated back towards around the 15th century. And the idea of goodwill is really, to pay the next person, to get paid for value that you've created within your business. So looking at a simple, say, salon, for instance, this particular individual has been in business for, say, a number of years. So they have created a reputation, they've created a brand, they have a set clientele. So when they are moving out, they expect to be paid a certain amount by the next person because they already have a ready reputation, brand and flow of traffic.
Goodwill is also applied in the professional services industry when talent is changing stations. Sign-on packages are shared, but just how does the valuation happen to ascertain how much talent is worth?
Valuation, and this is done by an independent valuer, registered independent valuer, would say this business is worth, say, 200 million. But then the person who wants to acquire that business says, I will pay you 220 million. So in this instance, that 20 million additional becomes now a goodwill for the business that's being acquired, and it sits as an intangible asset. But now looking at it at an individual level, like the barber we talked to, the individual professional that we said is going to come on to board, perhaps to a new company, it is about their personal brand. So when this person is now negotiating with their prospective employer, they would say, look, I come in with X number of clients, I have this kind of network, I know these people in the regulators or wherever it is.
Speaking of clients, Pauline Nyambura, who has been Dennis' client for the last 3 years, says she isn't thinking of changing her hairstylist.
Kutoka mbali na yeye because we never started here. Yeah, we were somewhere before, and Dennis, there's a day called Dennis for services, and he told me that he's not in the salon that tulikuwa na yeye. So his products, and hananifuatilianga like 1 month ikiisha ananiambia, Pauline, wakati wako wa service umefika. I love that. I really love that.
However, goodwill business is never straitjacket and does not assure returns. For instance, Grace Omutsani, a short-term accommodation host, better known in Kenya as Airbnb, says while the goodwill business is equally fast gaining pace in the sector, a lot of strategy in relationship management goes a long way to ensure the buyer or off-taker is profitable.
You're not selling the space only, but you're selling the way you are talking to a client or something like that. With Airbnbs, it's very rare, like maybe 10% a client will walk into a place. And remember, you've sold this place at a goodwill. So it's not a sure bet, or it's not a sure bet that client will come there. They'll have to ask me first.
Dennis also warns against the over-commercialization of services, saying the industry risks gaining meaningful quality when delivering services.
It will get a point that the quality of the service won't be the same. Yeah, because it lowers the quality of the person.
From Calix, the main reason why investors poach talent is to avoid the struggle of having to grow a business from scratch. He intimates it pays to do that, as men are known to be loyal to their barbers.
Perhaps you'd be asking yourself why you should poach a barber for that much. Let's try and make business sense out of this. My personal weekly budget for shaving, grooming, and a massage is 1,000 Kenya shillings, and I do this every week for a month. That's 4,000 Kenya shillings. Think of Calix here having 100 of such clients. Brian George, Otieno, NTV, On the Money, Kitengela, Kajiado County.
All right, Brian George there enjoying his haircut and a massage. Well, let's take a short break, but when we come back, Africa's access to internet on the rise. Business news up next.
Avieta imerahisishwa. Sasa kuna njia mpya na rahisi ya kucheza Avieta. Dial *419# kwenye simu yako na ucheze wakati wowote.
Wateja hu prefer stock zangu. Juu ziko tayari kubaliwa pap. Lakini vile hii ekonomi imetufinya. Ilinibidi kubadilisha sabuni nikatumia ingine rahisi. Bala, ilibidi nioshe kila kitu mara mbili. Sikuwa na otherwise, nikarudia Ariel. Mi hupata clean and fresh results kwa mwosho mmoja tu. Ariel ndio siri yangu. Sasa stoli yangu iko popular sana.
Ariel, usafi bora kwa mwosho mmoja tu.
ideas that can change the world.
Striver and believer. At ABSA Corporate and Investment Banking, we are invested in your story, and we invite you to write it with us, because your story matters. ABSA.
All right, welcome back. Time for business. For the first time, over half the population in sub-Saharan Africa will have access to the internet, while emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and the cloud could significantly accelerate the continent's development. Google reports that at least 6.5 million Africans learned digital skills in 2023, creating $7.3 billion in productivity. The report also shows a majority of sub-Saharan Africans access the internet through a mobile device powered by Android. Artificial intelligence, if harnessed well, could increase sub-Saharan Africa economy by $30 million by 2026. 66% strongly agree that technology is one of the most important ways their country's economy can grow faster. 62% of online adults were very interested in using AI to help take over mindless or repetitive tasks at work. 61% of online adults, businesses were very interested in using AI to help warn them of a potential medical risk. And in a step toward enhancing safety for electric vehicle operators, GA Insurance Limited, ARC Ride and MTIBA have partnered to launch SwapCare, a personal accident insurance plan specifically designed for electric motorcycle riders who utilize e-battery swap services. Now, this initiative contributes to the global transition to electric motorcycles, which could prevent 11 billion tons of carbon dioxide emissions by 2050, saving motorcycle owners a combined 5 trillion shillings in fuel and maintenance costs, according to the United Nations Environment Programme. Furthermore, according to the Kenya Demographic and Health Survey, only 26% of the population currently has health insurance, with coverage heavily concentrated among wealthier demographics.
Our role in the partnership is the role of a technology and administration partner. So we like to to bring that to the table to make sure that health insurance covers are easy and affordable. Through the SwapCare product, you're automatically covered whenever you swap your battery. So that is the convenience that we are looking for, and that our technology can bring to the table.
In Boda Boda, very important that if the person is injured and out of business for a few days, we also provide a cash benefit daily, and it also covers the last rites.
Now, Kenya could be losing millions of shillings as a result of unregulated mining activities that see miners go for the precious ore and dispose soil containing secondary but very valuable minerals haphazardly. According to Kenyan scientists, lack of strict regulation of mining waste disposal was taking toll on the public, who end up exposed to diseases as a result of both direct and indirect consumption of the chemicals. Speaking during the 11th International Conference of the Kenya Chemical Society, whose theme was Achieving Sustainable Economy Through Innovations and Technology, the scientists say it was high time the government stamped its feet and brought order to the sector.
So many mining places, and they are basically artisanal gold mining practices. Now, the danger with this is that those who are involved don't have the technical knowledge, So they end up exposing themselves to the chemicals such as mercury, arsenic, and even cyanides. And in the process, apart from environmental pollution, they also inhale the fumes for these chemicals.
You find that naturally, gold does not exist alone. Gold will exist with copper, sometimes, a bit of it, zinc, silver, lead. There would be iron also. And these are things that we need. So let's call upon the government to partner with us scientists, and we make full benefit of this.
And now 1 million bags of subsidized fertilizer have arrived into the country and will be distributed to 650,000 small-scale tea farmers across the country. According to Principal Secretary, State Department of Agriculture, Kiprono Rono, the first batch of the NPK will help farmers boost their yields for the October, November and December short rains. The second consignment is expected to arrive at the port of Mombasa in the next 2 weeks. The PS also say that the government has commissioned an audit of all the factories to check on their challenges for the government and KTDA to support the factories facing inefficiencies.
The cost of one pack of fertilizer still remain at 2,500. So tea farmers, like other farmers, will benefit from the subsidized program which the government has put in place for all our farmers in terms of fertilizers. Over the last 1 year, the tea sector contributed close to 4% of our GDP, which in terms of money, it moved from 138 billion Kenya shillings to an earning of close to 200 billion Kenya shillings.
All right, well, that's a close on business news. We're going to be taking a short break, but coming up on the other side, the Mount Kenya supremacy battle goes a notch higher. We'll tell you why after this break.
Kenya, twende mbele. NCBA, go for it.
Introducing Festive Cakes.
We have some delightful snacks for all of you.
The Festive Siambelo Cake. Indulge in the pleasure of a cone-shaped cake that's bursting with flavors.
Where did you come from? Come. So this is where the magic happens. This is for you kids.
Festive cupcakes.
Thank you.
Perfect treat to share with friends and family.
Now for your kids' school snacks, hakuna stress.
Festive pink cakes. The perfect blend of sweetness and softness.
And now this is for you, Dad, and your office mate.
Festive pound cake. This sumptuous cake will leave you craving for more. Taste the magic with our festive cakes from DPL Festive Bakery. Delight with every bite.
Officially, the draw date ya Master Player ni tarehe 6 mwezi wa Oktoba. Zidi kucheza, jaza tiketi zako ikiwa ni *570# option 400. Tucheze, tusaidie, tushinde!
Don't miss out on the most exciting cycling event of the year. Discover the joy of cycling and the power of holistic wellness on 29th September at Nyayo Stadium. Join us for the Jubilee Live Free race and pedal towards a healthier, happier you. Register now at jubileegnbr livefreerace.co.ke. Jubilee Live Free Race. Live free.
Thanks for staying with us. The supremacy battle between Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki went a notch higher today as members of the county assemblies from 10 counties in Mount Kenya region clashed on who to support between the two. This even as a section of Njuri Ncheke elders announced their support for CS Kindiki as the appointment and link to President William Ruto and his administration. Well, Margaret Kimathi has that story.
A meeting of members of county assemblies from 11 counties in the Mount Kenya region ended in disarray after they failed to agree on who to support between Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and Interior Cabinet Secretary Kithure Kindiki. Led by Kariara MCA Jeremiah Geshobe, a section of MCAs stormed out and addressed the media, saying the agenda of the meeting was to discuss their welfare. But when they convened, it emerged that the conveners wanted them to support the idea that they should support the Interior CS.
Why are we now today being called here to be told that for the welfare of the MCAs to be taken care of, we must go through Professor Kindiki Kithure? Ni njama ya mbali ya kukuja kuandamine Deputy President, and we as the MCAs and leaders hapa mashinani, hiyo hatutakubali. We are behind the Deputy President.
Na sisi kama watu wa Kirinyaga, sisi tunapenda Rigathi Gachagua. Na hii mchezo tuko nayo, hiyo tusahau. Kithure Kindiki deal na zile mashida tuko nazo za insecurity.
But Mount Kenya East MCAs insist that the current leadership of the region should not trample on the others seeking to rise, adding that the time for Kithure Kindiki to rise has come.
We have tried every other person and we have not seen any fruits. And we are saying, even if it means going through Professor Kithure Kindiki, so that the welfare of the MCAs of this country can be sorted, so be it.
Isiolo, we have officially decided to join Mount Kenya East, and going forward politically we are going to be part of Mount Kenya East, and we have designated Professor Kindiki Kithure.
However, the official statement was read by Kirinyaga Deputy Speaker Gennaro Jamumo, who said the MCAs have endorsed the statement by Mount Kenya East Region MPs to have Interior CS Kithure Kindiki as their link with the executive. Meanwhile, over 2,000 Njuri Ncheke elders have announced their support for Interior CS Kithure Kindiki as the appointment and link to President William Ruto. They urged him to work with Ruto and bring development to the region, as is in the case in other parts of the country.
Siku ya leo, Njuri Ncheke, in their numbers, wamemuendorse kama kingpin wetu, kama spokesman wetu.
Kwa hivyo kura yetu region hii ambayo Kindiki kwanza anaanza nayo ni zaidi ya milioni 1, na sisi Kindiki ni wetu na Ruto ni wetu, and nobody can touch us.
The move by Mount Kenya leaders and elders to rally behind Kindiki now complicates Deputy Rigathi Gachagua's bid to be the region's kingpin. Margaret Kimathi, NTV.
And now the government says it is ready to roll out the social health insurance from the 1st of October, even as it faces the challenge of numbers that have registered so far. Well, so far only 1.2 million Kenyans have registered, and the Council of Governors Health Committee Chairperson Muthomi Njuki has called for innovative ways in social health insurance registration, saying the use of community health promoters is not enough in registering over 44 million Kenyans who are still not in the Social Health Authority bracket.
The transitional process to the new Social Health Authority regime has already kicked off in earnest, with operations now slated to officially begin on October 1st. The scheme replaces the 66-year-old National Health Insurance Fund. In an engagement with the media on the rollout expected in the next 12 days, the Ministry of Health claims that so far only 1.2 million Kenyans had registered, but were optimistic the numbers would rise before the official rollout. Council of Governors Health Committee Chairperson Muthomi Njuki says the use of community health promoters is not enough in registering over 44 million Kenyans still not in the bracket.
Our people are very difficult, my friend. Go out there and say I have a meeting tomorrow to register SHA. No one will come. But tell them I have a meeting where I'm giving some goodies from government. They will be there, all of them. Well, goodies cannot be sweet. A ministry understand that. So we need resources, deliberate, to be able to make people come together and register within the shortest time possible.
But even as the ministry says it is ready to roll out the program, the danger of an impending court case challenging implementation hangs on their neck, with the ruling expected this Friday, 20th September.
If the court gives a negative verdict, we still have 120 days, and we shall engage the leadership of Parliament for us to reenact the laws within the period that they had been given, the 120 days.
Health Cabinet Secretary Dr. Deborah Barasa says the new program seeks not only address gaps that exist under NHIF, but also provide enhanced services to all Kenyans, irrespective of their economic status.
We will continue monitoring the SHA rollout. We will continue improving the system. We will address the funding gaps and enhance digitization efforts to improve healthcare delivery.
It is the first time that we have a social health authority that is designed to take care even of the non-payroll people. So if we achieve this, then we will be able to take care of all these WhatsApp group harabes, which are very irritating to all of us.
County governments have also called on the national government to critically rethink health financing, cautioning that delays in disbursement of funds as seen under NHIF would cripple an otherwise well-thought-out plan. Rosongwe, NTV.
Well, Kenya has been praised for its innovative strategies in addressing child malnutrition amid global calls for increased health spending to enhance children's health and nutrition, potentially saving lives. This is according to the findings by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, in which the report outlines primary solutions to address malnutrition and its associated disease in children. Lois Ongoi with the details from the USA in the ongoing UNGA Assembly.
Was released in advance of the United Nations General Assembly meeting, scaling up for possible solutions of tackling malnutrition, one of the greatest global health challenges.
By 1, increasing dairy productivity and safer milk, with Kenya being recognized for its advanced agricultural technologies that boost milk production. The second innovation is to provide high-quality prenatal vitamins for pregnant women to improve birth outcomes for 25 million babies by the year 2040. The report further recommends scaling up of food fortification methods, such as adding micronutrients to pantry staples such as salt and spices, preventing anemia and neuro defects. Lastly, the report captures that use of research into the use of microbiome, which improves gut health, nutrient absorption, immune function, and overall growth.
The report goes on to investigate the financial implications of malnutrition, with the World Bank noting that the world goes into losses of about $3 trillion annually owing to malnutrition, with the worst cases being in Africa. Lois Wangoi, NTV in New York City, USA.
All right, thanks, Lois. Now, the Kenya Under-17 ladies team, which is the first Kenyan football team to qualify for any FIFA World Cup tournament, are set to play against 4 nations in Spain as they continue with their World Cup preparations. Junior starlets will depart the country tomorrow to head to Spain after President William Ruto flagged off the team Wednesday evening at State House, with the head of state taking part in a kick-about with the girls before the ceremony. Kenya are in group together with North Korea, Mexico and England, with starlets taking on England in their maiden World Cup appearance on the 18th of October. The 4 nations that starlets will play against in the friendlies in Spain are also set to participate at the World Cup.
That is history. That's what you will keep ever.
Mr. President, ningependa kuahidi ya kwamba tukienda huko hivyo, we are going to give our very, very best.
So we have been teaching them in camp. Walimu wanakuja, wanawasomesha, then they train. That's how they've got here.
This is a testimony that the future of football in Kenya is great, and I believe that they are going to do a great job.
I made the policy decision that the sports fund will no longer be used to do all the other things that it was used to do, it will only be focused on sports, so that we can have adequate resources to support sports right from the bottom.
All right, and that is where we wrap it up on NTV tonight. Thank you for your valued company. On the sign language interpretation beat was Flora Tieno. My name is Zainab Ismail from the entire NTV team. Have yourself a good evening.
This is NTV.
Sababu kuu ya Loto Moto ni jamii mzima iimarike. Na unapo dial *570 hash, kando na ushindi wako ni usaidizi wa hali ya juu kwa elimu, chakula, biashara, afya na ujenzi kwa wasiojiweza.
Umeguza roho za watu. Muendelee kuwa na huo moyo wa kusaidia wasiojiweza.
Hapa tunacheza, tusaidie na tushinde.
There are a lot of things you can pick in life, just not your age or medical conditions.
So hii family iko na asthma, iko na diabetes na iko na arthritis. Itabidi mmefanya medical exam kwanza. Sana sana kabla mzee afike 60. Na pia preconditions ziko na limits.
If she was getting Shwari medical cover, hangekuwa na easy stress. Cause with Shwari, una access full limit kutumia unavyohitaji. Ukiona Shwari, utawahi sikia umepitisha limit ya preconditions na bado uko na pesa imebaki. Bonyeza *371 hash kuchukua Shwari medical cover leo.
Doors should not hold out opportunities. Doors are the gateways to progress, the ones that hold ideas, and those that close deals. Let's take those to places where there are none. Let's open big doors that harbor progress. In all the places that we are,
KCB ni yangu.
KCB ni yetu.
KCB is mine.
KCB ni yetu. For people, for better.
People come to me and they say they get discomfort when they have ice cream. Can you imagine that? Avoiding having cold ice cream. Sensodyne gives you long-lasting protections against sensitivity. And people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
This is NTV.
My name is Esther Angari.
My name is Ruth Tenkecha.
And this is my story in 12 minutes. I'm a mental health and deaf activist. I live with rapid cycling bipolar and partial deafness. At the age of 16, I was diagnosed, and that was the beginning of my journey with treatment, so it has been 8 years under treatment. At first, I was diagnosed with schizoaffective, which is schizophrenia with a combination of bipolar, because when I'm manic, I am paranoid, I'm delusional, sometimes I get hallucinations, and one of the major hallucinations I get is I tend to think I can hear God. I start believing I am God, I am a superhero. And one of the ways that it shows is you first of all lack sleep. That's the first thing that helps me. You're about to get a manic episode. I can't sleep, I can't eat, I lose my appetite also. So when I'm manic, I would face incidents where I'd get beaten, I'd get abused, I'd get arrested. I've been in Central Police not once, not twice, but they would end up releasing me because they would know she's not okay, because she seems happy in the cell.
I was diagnosed with clinical depression in 2021. What happened was I used to stay in my room a lot and lock myself up in my room for a long time and I didn't used to eat. I just used to feel like the world is overwhelming, and then now there's a time where I almost committed suicide. I used to have like a bully from my family when I was growing up, and like they would tell me all the time that there's something wrong with me from when I was very young, like I think 8 or 9 years old. So I grew up believing like there's something wrong with me. And so even when I went to high school and people would, tell me that you're crazy and all that, I was like, they're probably telling the truth, because if somebody in my house thinks that, then it's the truth.
In high school, I didn't study well because there was no awareness about mental health. So they would say, she's just misbehaving, she's just out of sense, she doesn't know what she's talking about, she's crazy. I would find my books written crazy things, like she's a mad girl. And that's when I started embracing my journey and embracing my mental health, and I was like, I think I can do something about this. So I always find myself when I meet someone, I'm like, if I act weird, just know I'm bipolar. But I didn't make it my identity, but I had to accept because it's part of me. I'm not against Madari, but I was taken there once and I ended up rupturing my own tendon because I believed I'm God and I believed I can't get harmed. So I just broke a window and my tendon just was broken into 2, and when you're manic, you don't feel pain, so I was jumping all over the place.
High school was, let me say, it was a nightmare for me. It wasn't an easy place, and I think maybe because most people there were young, they could not understand what was going on. Also, I as an individual, I did not know what was going on with me, because I just used to cry and lash out and scream, and I didn't know why I was doing that. Even when it came to friendships, I searched for friends who would affirm like that I'm crazy. I used to get a lot of psychological bullying, so like I never really liked school at all. There's a time also when I was in Form 1 where I almost committed suicide in school. Actually, the teachers knew about it and they told my parent, and they just thought I was maybe throwing a tantrum for a fit because I never liked the school I was in. They just used to think like I'm dramatic. So I just went and stayed home. Nothing pretty much happened. I went and did my shopping and came back to school.
In Madari, we don't have something called strong rooms or restriction rooms for people who are manic. So I was all over the place, and that caused me to have an injury. So for me, living with bipolar is treatment. It's expensive because once you go through a full-blown mania, you might need treatment like ECT, electroconvulsive therapy, which is very expensive. If you don't have 300,000 to 500,000, you can't get that form of treatment. Every month you need an injection. For example, Clopixol. It might cost you 3,000 to 5,000 depending on where you buy the drug. That's only an injection. You have not put the cost of the tablets you have to take every day. And if you don't take these meds for more than 2 days, you're out. For my family, they didn't know what was really wrong with me, and that's why it took them like almost a year for me to get the full diagnosis. Because the good thing, when you get mania before depression, when you have bipolar, at least it works better because they know you can't be handled. If you are living with bipolar, the best thing to do is check those people around you, the ones who will tell you when you're getting into an episode. Because when you're falling into mania, you feel happy, excited, and everybody wants to be happy. It took time. It took probably, I think, 5 years. But my mom has been my biggest support when I'm depressed, because I was an SH, that is self-harm addict. Like, pain was the only thing that would make me survive. Even when the society would stigmatize me, they would call me names in my language, Wangari Mugoroki, which means Wangari Mwendazim, which means Wangari the mad girl. And up to date it hurts, but my mom just showed me that there is more to life than just being bipolar. Yeah.
I think when they realized I needed to get counseling was when my uncle, who is a pastor, told me one day when we were having a conversation, like, you do not love yourself. I don't know why he said that. He just said, Ruth, you do not love yourself and you need to go see a counselor. I'm quite happy in this school. First of all, I don't know, because none of the people who were in my high school are in this school. So I think I've been able to heal. I'm not on any medication, but I still do go for counseling. From time to time, I say like I've improved. the thoughts of maybe committing suicide have gone away, and like the thoughts of not liking myself and, you know, being my biggest like hater, they are gone. I've learned to see every person as just a human being, and like, you know, as much as, let me say, you're a parent, you're a brother, you're a father, you're also a human being, and you can have faults. When I tried getting into relationships or friendships, and I told people that I was going for therapy, they started viewing me in a different type of way. Like, for example, I was in a relationship with this person who was doing psychology, and they made the situation worse because they were now treating me like a patient. As from last year, with the help of my counselor, who has helped me a lot, I think now all that pain healed, and one day I just decided to make one video. I didn't even know why I did that. I just made it out of the blue, and then it got many views. Then I was like, then maybe this is what I'm supposed to be doing. They can never ever shame me for going for therapy or for telling people to go for therapy, because I should go to hospital when my stomach is aching and when my leg is broken, but not for my head.
So the main challenge was hearing, that's one. Two, the fact when I'm manic, I would move from one class to a different class, thinking I'm the head teacher of the school, so I'm teaching everybody. I would disrupt studies. So to an extent, the school had to reach somewhere and tell me, you have to stay at home. To make things worse, I did my KCSE while I'm in a manic, and we call it a mixed episode. Well, I'm in a mixed episode. I was depressed and manic at the same time. I managed to join college. I was studying counseling psychology, but then I lacked fees. And because nobody is going to support a person with mental illness, so I used to do hawking, where I would sell goods from one place to another place. So I was known as Mananasi Tamu in bus station. And that's what I also do sometimes nowadays, because you have to survive. It's easier for a person to listen to a 15-minute video than 1 hour. So that's why I chose TikTok. The second thing is a place where you can find a lot of young people. And a lot of young people have fallen into drugs without knowing they're damaging their own brains. Like the people who drink and end up having psychosis. Being a Gen Z and creating awareness on TikTok has been the best platform for me.
The way you think, the way you act, it comes from your mental health, okay?
If you feel like you're depressed, I'm here to help you. I'm here to tell you that there's nothing wrong with you. You're perfectly fine. You're okay. Many people DM'd me actually and wrote in the comments that like, thank you for this, you've helped me a lot, especially children or like people who are in high school. They DM'd me and they told me like what they're going through in school.
How I met people who called me to go to schools is when I would go hawking, I would stand in a bus and I would be like, hello guys, my name is Wangari Renata, I'm a mental health activist. And people would be like, that's really nice. You can come and encourage people. So when I started going to schools, I started realizing a lot of students are depressed.
And mental health has a lot of stigma, but today I come before you to create awareness so that you may understand really well what mental health is. Mental health determines how you handle stress, okay?
The Bible says that God knew you before you were born. So he knows the things that are good for you and the things that are bad for you. Religion has helped me a lot, especially God. I'd say like for a long time when I used to feel like everybody dislikes me and there's a problem with me, I had nowhere else to go except to go to God. So when I started talking to God and telling him about, you know, everything that I feel, I started feeling hard. Pray to God to give you discernment for you to be able to notice the things that make you idolize them and the things that are not good for you. I used to have very low self-esteem when I was young, and you know, I tried fitting in many social groups, you know, tried being a certain way to fit, and I never just used to fit in until like I found these friends that I have who do not judge me. I like to tell the government to at least try to find ways to make mental health facilities accessible to the public and at prices that are cheap or like prices that people can afford, because it's something that many people face, but sometimes people are not able to afford a counselor. If I could meet my younger self, I would hug her and tell her, you're going to be fine, you're not crazy. So like, and mental health issues is, let me say, it's normal. I always say, even on my TikTok, just the same way your stomach can hurt, your head can hurt. And you can be overwhelmed by too many situations, and not everybody goes through the same things in life. Yours might be tougher, but it's not the end of the world.
I'm 23, I'm in the road of discovery, so I'm still discovering myself, yeah.
This is NTV.
Borrow up to 1 million Kenya shillings from as low as 1.2% with a top-up anytime you need. Dial *522# or apply on the KCB app today. The KCB mobile loan. Unbelievably flexible, incredibly affordable. KCB, for people, for better. Terms and conditions apply. Regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
New Downy refill pouches, lasting longer than expensive perfumes. Cut, store, and no need to add water. Serve with a Downy refill.
UNICEF Education brings you a study abroad fair with over 100 university delegates attending in Mombasa on the 19th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., Nairobi on the 21st from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m., and Eldoret on the 23rd from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Head over to www.unicefeducation.com to register now.
Sensodyne gives you long-lasting protections against sensitivity. And people come in and they're like, oh, it works. I can have ice cream and I'm not in any discomfort. I recommend Sensodyne because it works. It's brilliant.
Makofi to both baby and the new Morphix diapers. With its cottony soft texture and 3 times faster absorbent channels, the new Morphix diapers help to prevent rash. Morphix, comfy like a mom's hug.
What's good, MKU Thika? Mko vipi? Are you ready for the most electrifying gospel experience of the year?
That's right, and this September the 22nd, we are bringing you something special.
And this freshman's edition is dubbed Twanze na God. This is your opportunity to kick off the academic year with a spiritual bang.
We are here to make sure that you start on the right foot. So cross over to be rooted in Christ. And this is crossover! Hey!
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label would sing. With notes that only come with 12 years in a barrel. Sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
This September 29th, witness one of the world's greatest marathons live. Watch as the streets of Berlin come alive when elite athletes and thousands of runners take on the legendary Berlin Marathon. Can records be broken? Can dreams come true? Find out with us. Catch all the action live on NTV. Don't miss it. The Berlin Marathon, September 29th, only on NTV.
Kenya is on the rise. It's growing, it's progressing. It is powered by you. You are innovative. You are passionate about the future. You want more from life, from time, and from your money. At Stima Sacco, we are a reflection of you. We are a stable, financially sound institution providing tailor-made services to add value to your life, time, and money. We are guided by your aspiration. We are designed to match your ambition. We are Stima Sacco, a true reflection of you.
What's good, MKU Thika? Mko vipi? Are you ready for the most electrifying gospel experience of the year?
That's right, and this September the 22nd, we are bringing you something special.
And this freshman's edition is dubbed Twanze na God. This is your opportunity to kick off the academic year with a spiritual bang.
We are here to make sure that you start on the right foot. So cross over to be rooted in Christ. And this is crossover! Hey!
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label would sing. With notes that only come with 12 years in a barrel. Sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated 16. It may be unsuitable for persons under the age of 16.
Shosho, nilikuambia na kama nze Shujaz TV raundi hii tuko Nyeri.
Endelea ku big up shosho yako, tukitoka hapo tunaenda kunywa huko chai.
Kuku lazima ichinjwe leo. Ni bad girl Ivion.
Mimi Sanchez Mali hapa na kama join for the very first time ini
Shujaz TV.
Tulikuambia Shujaz TV ni mbogi yako true. Tunakupeleka na rada weka youth man, ikwe mambo ya biz, mambo ya talent, mambo ya relationship, mtu wangu. Tuko hapa juu yako wewe youth man.
And speaking of kuko hapa juu yako manze, nataka unireach na unitext sai kwa namba yangu ya WhatsApp at 0718921170. Unatucheki ukiwa wapi manze?
Alafu, okay. Alafu bado kuna wale wa SMS, mtatupata kwa 20308. Make sure SMS imeanza na hashtag Mbogi True. Wale wa social media. Tuko Nyeri. Tukisema hata social media bado we are the same page.
Si media ya shosho yangu, lakini mtatupata at Shujaz Kenya, Facebook, TikTok na Instagram. Na sai, tuende wapi?
Tuko
kila blog. Kila blog.
Wewe?
Episode ya hii wiki inaendaje manzi? Tuende tunao.
Tuende sana.
Mutiso uko wapi? Unataka tukeleleshane kaa jana?
Madam, relax bana. Nimekuwa mahali kuna emergency zinakuja mbio.
Mutiso nikaa wewe utaki kazi. Na by the way utanibeba ufala hivi. Unasikia? I am not a fool.
Ngoja madam. Nipende kikaduka solombo hivi alafu nitakuwa hapo.
Unajua venye umenishtua. Sikuwa na kuexpect. Haki pia Mteso ameni mess. Kwanza hata sikublame ukichukua break up place ingine.
Akisi nimeshiba sana. Tena nini nafanya hii kazi leo?
Na sitakubali anyway down. Unajua hii business yangu na itabidi nimewakilisha, especially juu ya Stacy.
Na si uji na slap. Si nilikuwa nimemiss uji? Na by the way, mbona muzangi uji? Unajua venye slap vibaya tena sana. Shida ni sasa mtu anaweza lala.
Actually, hizo ndio ideas nimekujia. Umesema unataka kukula uji?
Unataka ideas from me?
Yes.
Nakwambia kama kuna kuangana kitu na kuangana cravings nayo, sema fish. Katilapia hivi kakweka mekangwa hivi golden brown, kachumbari hivi on the side. Alafu yo fish ikuwe memogwe hivi ndimu. Kaugali sosa hivi, mrenda on the side. Wewe. Nakwambia yo food ni heri nikule float ya brother yangu, alafu tufunge biashara.
Damn. Sawa. Tumesikia fish, Nini ingine unataka kuona?
Alafu mko mnalitanga food chap chap. Unajua mapema ndio best. Alafu akima kena mnaninyongeanga hii food yangu. Usidharau hii job yangu hivi ya chums.
JB.
So mnafaa kuniangushia kichakula hivi, Angalia venye niko na muscles. Munijenge.
Mimi hata nikuache umalize hii food. Sawa?
Akima kena si nimeshiba vibaya.
Next time unbuy kwangu.
Sana ni anafanya hii kazi yote. Sasa unitie Stacy kuja nishikilie leo. Nikalale.
Niaje? Rafiti, nilikuwa nafanya kasave hivi. Ni jioni nini tunaweza ongeza kwa menu yetu ya kibanda. Unaweza taka kukula nini?
Mimi kama customer wako number 1, kitu naweza taka ni uingie hapa ndani uapologize Achiju ya kitu ulifanyia Trixie. Hiyo story nilisikia na ni sad.
Siko najua.
Simi unafaa kunaongelesha. Ingia hapa ndani uambie Achi pole. Na Trixie yako ndani uchunge hiyo mdomo yako. Sawa? Thank you.
Najua sifai kuwa na any excuses ya chenye nilifanya. Okay. Nilikuwa tu najaribu kusort. Chicks alinishow mna go through tough times na do. Aki nilikuwa najaribu kumsaidia tu kiroho safi.
Imagine si fault yako nilifanyika.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
Hebu kwanza acha kumwambia sio fault yake. Ulikuwa unajua chenye unafanya. Personally sijakusamehea. I am not buying that apology.
Aki, Trix ni kama small sister yangu.
It will take more than apology ndo mimi nikusamehe. Hebu kwanza toka uende.
Motiso, si ndio unakisha jiko? Food itaiva saa ngapi?
Madam, usikwe na pressure. Usikwe na pressure. Hapa ni mambo ni chapu chapu.
Ndio hii list tunafaa kuongeza kwa menu, ndio at least tufurahishe wateja.
Ala? Mko ukifanya kalizazi? Pilau. Fish. Fish, ulisikia wapi? Aya, biliani, maamli hizo zinakalembea nyumbani pale Mombasani. Watoto. Ay, madam, atipag. Madam, mzuri lakini hizi hapa hapa haiwezi. Hizi haziwezi hapa.
Mtiso, ini biz na tunafaa kukeep wateja happy ndio at least to keep business moving.
Hey, madam. Unataka tubulaisi wateja sasa tumekuwa comedians? Hapa hakuna kuchekesha wateja. Hapa ni kushiba wakisonga.
Sikiza. Si kuuliza nauliza. Ni kusema nasema. Na mimi ndio kusema hapa. Tunaelewana?
Ile kitu nakwambia ni ati hizo vitu si mimi nilapika. Hivyo tu.
Mbona niletee buki yangu?
Ni mbaya makenarada?
Akini huu mtiso. Ala sijui nitafanya kazi na yeye aje. Imagine anasema ati hawezi pika chakula mpya.
Na si kazi yake ni kufanya Kenya anaambiwa. Shida yake ni gani?
Mi personally simuelewi. Na by the way, hakuwa na hizi issues na madhe. Sijui hata hizi ni gani ameanza.
Ama nakudharau jueni miang. Labda naona yeye ni mtoi.
Enyewe, Jumanze ananibeba ufala sana.
Kitu nafaa kufanya ni kutafuta msiae ana respect kazi yako.
Mwas. Hapo ndio sikutaka tufikishane. Acha nimpatie last chance.
Na Achi, mliongea?
Yeah, she'll think about it. Aya, acha niende hivyo. Kama kuna chakula ujui kupika ni sawa. Usijali, nitakufundisha. Sawa? Lakini acha tuongeze vitu mpya kwa menu.
Kachichana kapupi. Wacha nikwambie. Umeangalia tu hivi dunia mzima ukaangalia uko na mutiso ndio ule mtu unaweza ukakalia, si ndio? Wewe kachichana kadogo umezaliwa hapa juzi unaweza nifunza kupika nini?
Wewe.
Unaweza nifunza nini?
Wewe mutiso, nika nimekuweka hapa sana hadi umeanza kujiona, eh? You know what? I will not argue with you. Nafikiria wewe ndio unaweza pika hapa. Toka, wewe toka. Toka, unafikiria unaweza pika hapa peke yako? Toka uende.
Wewe unanipoleza kazi. Unanipoleza kazi. Nimekupatia siku 7.
Nimekuambia
siku 7.
Toke. Nimekuambia utoke uende. Foolish. Hello? Acha najua kupika nini? Surely, hiyo tu. Sawa, acha nipige mtu mwingine. Thanks. Aki natafuta chef. Sina chef. Unajua mtu? Ujui mtu aje. Si kazi yako alikuwa chef. Hello? Ati unazanza lini? Perfect. Yes. Actually, unaweza kuja tuongeze details zingine. Okay, thanks.
Yes. Na imagine huo dem anapeleka kazi yangu kwa na ujue wanasema mimi nilikuja Nairobi kufanya. Sasa Trix ajiingize kwa maneno kama hayo. Si watasema ni mimi.
Ai Achi. Utashinda umetangaza stories za Makina kila mahali. Sio fault yake kenye ilifanyika.
Unamtetea nenda unafanya sasa unaenda counseling.
At least Makina anajua kujiprotect. Anajua chini anafanya chini kumwongelea vibaya.
Wewe na John hizo madao umepewa huko ndo zinafanya saizi unatusumbua hapa.
Najua chini anasema Achi.
Buda. Yule una medivi magalde makupigana huko ndani.
Najua tujakuwa on the same page for some time now. But maana asante kwa ile do ulitupatia.
Yeye ina mambo hiyo. Lakini mbona unakanika uko na stress bado?
Sawa. Nimwesh amekuwa kinisumbua for some time now. Kuna do fulani nilimkopa na sasa huwa tunapatana ili nimlipe.
Mnapatana ndo umlipe mbona? Ama kuna unamlipaje?
Mesh. Madhi. Kitu. Buda wacha ufala, wacha kucheka. Kitu ni serious. Madhi manzia ananibo. Napenda nimaliza nguvu. Ona. Wani hata text zake. Ananiambia tupatane 7:80.
Lakini unajua hata hizo si shida mbaya mtu kuwa nazo. Nikuulizaje? Anakuangusha fiti. Unajua nasikianga wa madhi wanakuanga ma professional. Unajua una team.
Acha ufala.
Sasa venye umemblutika atakufanyia nini?
Haya. Kila mtu
Nje.
Alo, sijui kama watu wa Nyeri watagree na mimi, lakini hizi ndo maswali mimi hupenda kuulizwa. Bosi, unaweza taka hii chakula kwa menu, unaweza taka hii na hii kukula, si ndio?
Exactly. Si hadi show tunaulizwa ongezo maswali. Alafu cheki wasee niwaambie kama umetune in to sasa ukatupata tukiongea manze. Hiyo episode imetoka kupass manze, unaweza uenda ukatch YouTube. Ndio tukibanja manze pia uko rada unajua tunaongelea kuhusu nini.
Acha tusikie Straka reactaje na hii mambo ya Kiroma, si ndio?
Nayo.
Twende sana.
Aya, wala pangas.
Wala
Aya,
wapanges.
Kila mtu nje.
Wallahi Makena anatafuta vilele za inua busy yake. Ametafuta ma tactics. Amenapo mpaka anauliza wasee atakuwa neka nini azina change di menu. So vitu gani msee anaweza fanya change biashara yake?
Sikiza customer. Customer akitaka nini? Pilau na biriani. Wekelea. Na hot dog na burger.
You guys. Kuna zingine zinakaa bit exaggerated. Kama for example ukiona hii setting ya ghetto. Alafu nataka kuweka hot dog na burger.
Lakini si hivyo. Like the thing is yes, alienda akachukua hizo. Unaenda unachukua all the ideas from the customers. Kwanza you are friends. Unajua friends wako wanakusupport. Unaenda unasikia hizo ideas zao. Then now you come you sit down. Wewe mwenyewe na hiyo akili yako unakaa chini hiyo karatasi unasema, "Enyewe hapa hot dog kidogo pale itaweza." Kutakuwa hapo tutasisitiza.
Hapo alternatively Kelly venye tunasema setup ni ya ghetto, si ndio? Ushaenda kwa kuna mostly inakwanga kwa hizi hoteli ndogo ama pia kwa hoteli kubwa there is that thing yenye ukifika unaweza pikiwa kenye unataka. Hatusemi Makena the fact that amepewa maybe order kama ya burger ama hizo hot dog akuwa anapika in bulk. Naweza nimechukua order yako Kelly. Naweza kuwa napikanga burger. Kelly anakulanga ngapi na day 5. Napika 5 za Kelly na namaliza hiyo story. So still tusiseme ati the fact that ni kwa ghetto setup tusichukue idea. To remember the customer is always right. So chukua order ya Kelly, pika Kenya anataka and that's it.
Unaona sasa tuko ghetto. Imagine utoke uko in a ghetto place, uanze kufikiria vitu zenye huyu msee wa ghetto anaishi kwa hii nyumba. Najua anaweza sema siwezi buy kitu juu ni expensive. Wewe mwenyewe unaweza pata DIY. Kama ushaona venye awase squeezita yeye inatengeneza kwa kwa meza. Una vitu kama hizo kusheka vitu kama hizo kwa ghetto, like try and bring new things. New stuff. Seti tuko ghetto unaletanga tu vitu normal, tumezoea vitu za mbao, tumezoea nini. No, just bring something new. Italeta nini. Alafu pia uende unaona kwenye unataka kufika as a business person. Alafu unajua mtu mwenye ako hapo ready. Try and consult huyo mtu mwenye ako juu yako. Usisikie watu wenye bado hawajafika. Because watu wenye bado hawajafika au ndio watakupatia negative thoughts. Wakwambia hiyo hata itakusaidia. Haita kama vile unasema hiyo hot dog ati hatuwezi nini. Au achana na juu bado hawajafika. Ukienda kule mwenye anauza hiyo hot dog, mwambie alifanyaje ndio akupatia deals maplug wenye wataenda kusaidia kwenye utakuwa
ni kulani.
Learn from the person mwenye ako hapo kwenye unataka. Alafu guys, kuna hii word yenye tu inatajangwa tu kila malino na kila mtu amekunja sura. Hii word inaitwa toxic.
Pause. Tukunja sura.
Kula pose.
I don't know.
Haya. So, this word toxic. Unaona nyingi kuna vitu usozeni tu saizi tunakaa. In affecting like in to affecting emotionally, in to affecting mentally, in to affecting in every way. Alafu sasa unaona venye tumeona venye Achi amereact. Mimi unaona venye acha reaction na Makena. Me I feel as a good friend, even though unajonga good friend wako. If you are good friends, alafu it happen tumepart ama tumekosana. How do you get to know a good friend? You get to know a good friend venye ata act after mmekosana.
Kwa biashara hiyo kitu yenyewe inaweza leta ngori mbaya sana. Because venye nimeona hapo kwa venye Motiso wanapelekana na Makena.
Nataka kunipuliza kazi.
Hiyo ni one of the things yenye inaweza fanya busy yako iende chini.
But pia kitu imeletwa na kitu ya Makena na Mtiso. I think hapo pia ni age difference. Unapata huyu anaona aizi ambiwa kitu na mtoto mdogo. Unaniambiaje ati sijui nini? Na wewe ni mdogo. Cause unaona hizi vitu zote zimeanza after mamake ameenda. Kumaanisha alikuwa anasikizanga mamake juu ni mkubwa. Lakini sasa imagine Makena mtoto amezaliwa juzi.
Amepata sasa chance.
Mimi ni mzee. Huyu Makena ananiambia nini?
Plus I feel like tunakuanga raised in a world yenye inakuanga as a younger person si hakuna siku nitai kuwa right. So every time it's the older person ndo anakuanga right. No matter how wrong they are, mimi ndo niko in the wrong.
Na tunanidi kuchange hiyo kitu.
So kwa me I draw it to relations. How
I
you
am
relate
cooking
to people.
something. Ninataka kuguza kwenye itauma nyinyi wote.
Guza.
Relationship toxicness. Love toxic. Nakwambia hiyo kitu unafanyanga unakonda unasema nataka kujirusha nikufe.
Situation.
Acha sasa nikwambie like something. If me and Jonte we are dating, right?
Dating.
Kama mimi na Jonte tuna date, si ndio? Ndio. Kama tuna date. Unaweza pata okay, let's say okay, mimi najua wanaume pata sasa yako hivyo, si ndio? He's a narcissist. Kenya anafanya ni see I had friends before I met him. Nikiwa na yeye anafanya nione my friends are bad. It's only him. So I don't get to hang out with my friends. Nikiwa na yeye naanza kuona venye mimi ni mnono, sifai kwa mnono like I'm fat. Unaweza kuambia I'm fat. Anaanza kuambia wewe ni mnono, I don't even like fat people.
Wengine watakwambia you're fat.
No, they tell you straightforward. They tell you. Alafu unajua Kenya you happens. Unaona uko kwa hii relationship, unaanza kukonda, si ndio? Ukianza kukonda juu ya stress and everything, wewe unaanza kusema babe nimeanza kuona na konda nakwambia nipo jota napendanga watu wa konde, wewe ulikuwa mnono. Like they don't have filters. If you notice that you're a narcissist, you need to work on that because there are things that you need to work on. When una notice kuna venye na kuanga na nafaa kuwa.
Wanaweza jua kuna shida kweli.
When you tell them nikikwambia ni narcissist, hawakubalingi but then inafikanga point like shida inakuanga wewe unafaa kujikubali as a person and you need to work on that. So I need to work on my communication skills. I need to be napata ningeambia Jonte ulinikosea hiki kitu tungeongea
iishe but spread kama vile ime happen sasa juu achie amekosewa. Okay, it's a bad thing what nani alifanya. Lakini customer ameingia ule mdem ni mbaya. Mwingi hata akisimama pale kwa barabara ako sasa ana spread. Lazima tumkasirikie sisi wote.
Lazima tujane.
Pia ni toxicity.
Manzejo, mabeshto kuinje wanaweza kuchafulia jina manze na wakuharibia market.
Wanga
bad manze, mimi sijui kama anaweza fanya hivyo but manze venye achia amefanya kuna venye inani rub the wrong way sana.
I think ukosana na msee kama ameachana ni hivyo ishie tu hapo.
Move on tu ataka ni job ataka ni nini. Na speaking of mboka by the way, it's about that time manze tujue Nyeri. Wase wa besha. Mnatoa hizi mabesha.
Nyeri the same tumeorganize ya mjama fulani champion anaitwa Peter mwenyewe, sawa? Anauza mavitabu pale ni nini lakini tutaenda tucheki tuone Kenya na do.
Knowledge kidogo.
Twende sana.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label would sing. With notes that only come with 12 years in a barrel. Sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Are you ready? Kona moja mbele, ngine yende rembe. Kona moja mbele, ngine yende rembe.
Kwa sherehe tumefika.
Lete kingari ni kusitia kifwaka. Niko na dem, mwenye kona dem pia. Masa flani ikifika na wachangamkia. After scene kabaridi sezi nkatulia.
Tunakubali. Gateka.
Cash crop za Nyandarua ni mawaru.
Trend, brought to you by Showmax.
Kuna kubembeleza watu ni hali ya pilipili na ndimu kuanzia sasa hivi mpaka mwisho.
You're such an instigator. Wenda. Oh my God.
Since joining Manchester City in the summer of 2022, Erling Haaland has taken English football by storm. The Norwegian is scoring goals at a rate the Premier League has never seen before, obliterating one record after another. And after netting successive hat-tricks to start the new season, Haaland has another Premier League landmark in his sights.
Where did you come from?
Hamlet. So this is where the magic happens. This is for you kids.
Taste the magic with our festive cakes from DPL Festive Bakery. Delight with every bite.
At Timasako, we are a reflection of you. We are a stable, financially sound institution providing tailor-made services to add value to your life, time, and money. We are guided by your aspiration. We are designed to match your ambition. We are Timasako, a true reflection of you.
Naitwa Peter na tuko Nyeri. Nimeuza vitabu, kids books na novel, pia self-help books. First sikuwa na kazi, nilikuwa nimeandikwa, ilikuwa kibarua. So nilikuwa na save certain amount. And then nikafika to a place, nikaomba usaidizi from my siblings, kutoka kwa familia. Then that's how I was able to come up with a certain capital ya kuanza kuuza books. The reason nilianza kuuza books sababu nilifeel kuna potential ya kugrow personally, na ni haikuwa idea mbaya since ilikuwa a gap yenye haina competition kubwa. So I've been selling books for a year now. Nilianza na novels, and then nikaleta kids books, and then kukaa kama clients wakaniambia niwatafutie self-help books. So far the business si mbaya. The reason naleta hizi vitabu kwa market ni sana nafaa kuelewa clients wangu, nafaa kuwasikiza chenye wanataka. Then something else I have to, nafaa kuwatafutia vitabu wataweza ku-afford. No, encourage watu kusoma, usiwaletea books bei iko juu washtu wapotee. So sana mimi huleta novels, each ni available from 100 bob kupanda juu. Kuna romance, kuna investigatives, kuna tena vitabu za toto. From age 2 unaweza pata kitabu ya mtoi na 100, and then sana vitabu za the elderly mimi huleta self-help books, wanapenda kusoma self-help books. So utapata book Atomic Habit iko available, book kama 5am iko available. Ile process nitumia kuleta books ni kusikiza my clients na chenye wanataka. My plans ni kufanya books zikuwe accessible to people, si hapa tu Nyeri, even to other places. Naweza penda kuprovide affordable books, mostly kwa watoto since they are building their life. My advice to people ni fanya chenye unapenda, work on it. Siri ni kujituma tu, ujitikia. Hiyo story ya madem na biz, una make sure to mix, una keep it professional na boundaries bado. Tena imaanishi push your friends ndio watu succeed. Una create time yao, tena unajituma kwa kazi.
Wagwan wadau, bado tuko Nyeri. Unakumbuka ngoma biashara ni
biashara ni biashara.
Buda, hiyo imekuwa biashara ya Peter mwenyewe. Umechiki vile anaongelea mambo ya ku understand the customer.
Manze vitabu za self
pole. Haya, breathe in.
Okay.
Out.
Vitabu za
self-help.
Help.
Kuna self-help books, kuna hapo novels, kuna textbook. Yani Peter amediverse mboka yake, na ni kwa nini juu ameelewa customer wake vizuri. Na hiyo ndo process tunaongelea.
Exactly. Na hiyo process yake manze inamaanisha pia amejua customer kuna price hawezi afford, na hiyo ni anauza vitabu zake so moja. So watu wa Nyeri najua ni very bright as you can see. As you can see.
Ukipatiwa kitabu ya 100, why don't you want to add knowledge to yourself?
Exactly manze. So kumbukeni manze, Mbogi True, namba yetu ya WhatsApp manze, as we go on ni 0718921170. Na wale wa katululu.
Katulituli. Unaitanga katululu. Katulituli, kumbuka SMS namba ni 20308. Kumbuka SMS yanze na #MbogiTrue. Sasa nataka niwapeleke kwa what's trending. Tusikie watu wa Nyeri manze kwa walidandia hii challenge, si ndio?
Twende nayo.
Twende sana. Wagon Mbogi True imekuwa trend of the week, na kama kawa tunakuambianga kama kuna trend make sure umedandia manze, unaweza omokea hapo, si ndio?
Na manze usipotutaga tutaicheki. So always tumia #Mbogi True na utag Shujaz Kenya kwa Instagram, Facebook na TikTok. Penye tu Sanchez amesema.
Ashasema. Sasa nataka tuwapeleke kwa form kwa socials.
Exactly.
This time Maria Kima alikuwa ameuliza swali gani, si ndio?
Kama kawaida zinachachisha. Na round hii Joy from Siaya anauliza alikuwa na date na first relationship yake ili last kutoka 2019 to 2022. Sema mwalimu mwenyewe.
2019 to 2022.
Yeah, that's crazy. Alafu akasema na kulikuwa na issue kidogo tu ikatokea tuka break up. So from hiyo heartbreak kila mtu akadecide ku move on. Though kutoka kwa hiyo relationship hawa last anymore. Like chali halast na dem na yeye halast na chali mwingine.
Okay.
So anauliza shida ni gani na ushawahi kuwa kwa situation kama hiyo?
Healing.
Your first girlfriend.
Healing inakonga secret to everything. Lakini acha tusikie wahenga walikuwa wamesema nini.
Ndio hiyo, na Maria amekama akasema after a breakup from the first relationship it's always difficult to move on in another relationship that can last again because of the past experience. Unaona? So mse ata feel too whatever happened in the first relationship ita happen tena. So hiyo ni trauma. PTSD hivi unaanza kuogopa. Aya, Sukari ya Warembo amekama akasema nishawahi kwa situation kama hii na sometimes life ni kuvumiliana tu. In short, uompo umepatana naye wa pili au watatu, mvumilie tu, usikuwe unamkompea na ule mwingine. Unacheki because people are different.
For sure.
Alafu Dennis amekama akasema sometimes you have to find yourself and work on yourself because it's difficult to love twice. Mi heartbreak yangu ya kwanza ili ni take 3 good months. Nilikuwa nafanya exams na maliza naenda nalia kwanza. Na si jokes. I'm serious.
Za kuheal.
Nilikuwa relationship ya 8 months. Anyway.
Healing time ovari mtu wangu. Inaweza kwa 3 months, inaweza kwa 3 years, but take your time. Hakuna haraka manze, si ndio?
Ndio hiyo sasa.
DJ Boy pia alikuwa ameuliza swali this week, alikuwa anauliza. Aya, sister yako mwenye ako shule akishika ball right now, utafanya nini brother? Weka unajua tu vizuri vile mabrother wanakonga wameka masista zao kwa roho. All the time mabrother wanakonga wamesha chant.
Na raia wanasemaje?
Mimi sistangu hizifanyiwa hivi na hivi. Acha usikie mabro wanasemaje.
Usishike sistangu.
Mwingine anasema azae arudi endelee na masomo. Makosa ufanyika.
Nimesikia vizuri kweli?
Nimesikia.
Hebu soma ingine nikanaota.
Arudi endelee na masomo. Mwingine hapa anaitwa babake anasema nitatulia tu, mambo ya kawaida.
Sawa. Unitalia anasema hivyo?
Si ni mabro zao.
Sawa, endelea.
Ama wendo brother yake.
Na una pattern. Endelea.
Mwingine hapa anasema advice, anaitwa Mato anasema advice ni aendelee na masomo, but when time comes ya kujifungua atajifungua tu na atarudi shule.
Kumbe machali nyinyi scammers. Kumbe mnapenda masista wenu hivi.
Wacha niwatetee basi. Mimi kenye naweza ambia machali, napenda love mnashow masista zenyu, but in the same wavelength. Kama kuna dem pia amepata ball na unamjua, mshow your grace period. Isikuwa ati ule dema anakonga sijui aje manzi yako na ball zizi. Tuache hiyo critique manzi. Ila unapea sizi yako, show your love kila mahali, au sio?
Thank you very much. Alafu sasa nyinyi machali, or rather wale machali, juu najua si nyinyi mashujaa wetu, wale wenye wanapenda madem na mnapenda kucheza hapa na pale manzi, make sure una strap up, usiache trail ati sasa unachomea sister ya brother mwingine. Sijui kama mnanipata. Strap up hiyo kitu, au sio?
Manzi, cheza mafutani, strap up, usiende ukiacha ma descendants huko. Ukiendeleaje na mboka yako na uko na maskandal mtu wangu.
Exactly. Na sasa hii tunataka kuwapeleka base nyingine, Sanchez tupeleke.
Tuko Nyeri mtu wangu, nataka tuone talent ya Nyeri ilikuwa inakaje this week, ndio?
Nayo.
Twende sana.
Kabisa.
The 21st edition of the Standard Chartered Nairobi Marathon is here. Register today for just 2,000 shillings at www.nairobimarathon.com.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. He restores my soul. He leads me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yet though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, and my cup runs over. Surely goodness and mercy, blessings and favor, anointing and prosperity.
Skiza, Non-Nation.
What's good, MKU Thika? Mko vipi? Are you ready for the most electrifying gospel experience of the year?
That's right, and this September the 22nd, we are bringing you something special.
And this freshman's edition is dubbed Twanze na God. This is your opportunity to kick off the academic year with a spiritual bang.
We are here to make sure that you start on the right foot. So cross over to be rooted in Christ. And this is crossover!
Ila mimi nimefukua na hii mikono yangu.
He just came to us and told us, I hope mmeona tumejaribu.
Our child died in my wife's womb.
I live my brother's life. When he saw that they are coming towards where he saw his young sisters went to hide, he revealed himself to distract them.
Kuzaliwa nikiwa mlemavu ni shida ilitokea. So nilitibiwa ugonjwa ambao iko kwako yangu.
Nikasikia poa, tukatokelezea tukaenda na maji sisi na watoto wangu.
I crossed the finish line. I saw that it's my dream now. It was something like another African child with a lot of dreams, and that is my story.
How do you parent your parents? How do you insist, no, you have to take your medication? How?
This is my story in 12 minutes.
At Stima Sacco, we are a reflection of you. We are a stable, financially sound institution providing tailor-made services to add value to your life, time, and money. We are guided by your aspiration. We are designed to match your ambition. We are Stima Sacco, a true reflection of you.
Jina langu ni Masi Wamboi Njoroge. Talent yangu ni art. I love art, like art is my passion. I love painting, drawing, customizing, crafting, everything about art. Vile nilijua napenda art ni through animations. As a kid I watched too much animations. Disney, Cinderella, Snow White, So I used to like the graphics, the characters, nikapenda tu animations, and then I started drawing. I got interested in drawing. Tukipatiwa drawings za the heart, digestive system, watu wanataka nichore, and I used to get interested. Ilikuwa fun kwangu. My type of art is meant to be seen. I like it when people come and see, like pia kuongea na watu, wanakupatia ideas, wanakupatia new ways of which you can explore. Like my paintings currently, hadi zingine sina hapa, nimepeleka exhibition. Ndio like mtu akikuja, when they see your painting, they can get engaging. Kwangu imenijenga sana. Especially ni vile nilikuwa serious nayo. Nimekuwa nikinetwork, I'm trying to hang out with people who love art, wenye wako older than me, wenye wamefanya art for longer than me, like wananipatia insights. Alafu art imenijenga, like money wise of course, like ukikuwa serious na talent itakupatia do. I also do customizing shoes, like una paint viatu. There are so many ways you can earn through art. And also imenijenga kwa connections. Maybe mtu anaweza kuita like akwambie I have this job, if you are interested you can do it for me. Yeah, na of course huwezi kataa. Comrade unataka do. Na utatafuta do like na talent yako ama what you love. I'm pursuing sustainable tourism and hospitality management. Basically it's about tourism and hospitality, but we're also focusing on sustainability. Sustainability is like how we can protect the environment and conserve it while we are carrying out tourism. But tourism pia kuna museums kuna art. So kuna vile tu zinafuatana. How I balance my talent and schoolwork is basically how you manage your time. Time niko free ndo nafanya art. Time ya school ni time ya schoolwork. It's a lot, yes, but kama ni kitu unapenda, we'll make time for it. I have an issue with some of my friends. Ni artists but confident. Yeah, so I'd like kama tu ananiona ama wengine wenye tu wako nje. Like you market yourself, kwa confident about what you do. It's not something bad. Something else is challenge, yeah. Support, maybe. Support basically from everyone. Maybe school, our leaders, our parents, family. Yeah, personally my family has supported me. Wamekuwa very encouraging. Nikiwa na something on my mind, nawaambianga hadi before like I do it because like wanani supportingi. But also like in terms of like materials, hatuna hadi maduka za kubuy art materials around here in Nyeri. Like tukitaka materials tunaorder from Nairobi, which is it's burdensome. So tunaweza taka tukue supported in terms of materials. My fellow comrades wale wanatumia pesa zao zenye wana earn from what they do in a vary like na what type of person you are. Yeah, kama unapenda raha utaenda utumie like na kuna raha mzuri na mbaya. Kuna kutravel, kuna kwenda out, kuna kwenda tu kujibamba. And then kuna the other side, drugs. Yes, nitasema because it's a major issue. Yeah, it affects hadi my friends. Yeah, like at some point unaona mtu he's very smart ama she's very smart, ako very like talented, but then aki-earn unapata ana spend vibaya. Alafu ukispend vibaya utapata that you are not moving forward. Like utakuwa tu in that cycle ya una-earn, una spend vibaya, then unarudi tena ku-earn, and then in the long last utapata that ujafanya anything. So the advice like uki-earn, fanya vitu zitakubamba na pia like something you can be proud to share. Kuna comrades in my area, in the school area, ama my friends wenye nimeona wamekuwa affected na early pregnancy, like because it was unplanned, like, and it's very sad like kuona that mtu all of a sudden self-esteem yake itakuwa down because you think everyone is judging you. Like unaona what you lose by being out of school, ume drop out, like kunakuwa tu na stress. If umejipata kwa hiyo situation ya like you are pregnant na ilikuwa unexpected and planned, kuna the school system yenye wana offer therapy, like they can arrange for you free of charge. By the way, they can even advise you freely, like just seek help. Usikae na shida yako, like usijieke. Okay, advice yenye naweza patia the young people out there, especially the ladies, if you have a talent, use it. Try as much like explore, ujue like every side of your talent, learn new skills, network na watu wamekuwa hapo na wanajua your stuff, like just live your life.
Watu wa Nyeri, si niliwaambia manze, sisi ndo wale wase, cheki talent tuko nayo.
Ai, ogopa Gen Z.
Ogopa Nyeri, wewe sema mimi hapa.
Wambona tuonyesha vile ame-explore places za kumarket art pieces zake. Anaongelea ma museums, kuna ma art gallery hapo. Na pia sasa inacheki kuna wasanii wanazipeleka kwa ma restaurants.
Na mimi kitu amenibamba nayo sana manze, ametuonyesha kaweka dem manze unajiweza. Why? Cause hadi ukijipata umepata bola ama kitu kayo unexpected manze, either way life yako ijaishia hapo. Maybe hata ndo life inaanza sasa. So ingia pale online manze, ucheki venye unaweza saidika, because when you deem that you got this. Na naambianga kila episode you got this.
Mimi nakwambia Wambo amenirudisha back in the heydays when I was an artist. Nakwambia nilikuwa na mkono inachora hivyo.
Wapi na Miss Jane?
Siko mabarua, msi alikuwa ananipea barua. Ushakasirika.
Ati si ukasirike, nimejamba si.
Nilikuwa napewa mabarua naandika hizo makaligraphy. Kwa hivyo wasi walikuwa na Telemundo pale high school, nilikuwa nachora hiyo design.
Hizo story juzi zinanikumbusha venye mimi sikuwa ipata letter. Hebu kwanza nifungue roho saa hii. Hebu Auntie Sisino uko hapo. Hebu tuende Auntie E.
Auntie E na Uncle Sasino pale. Tuende tufunguke roho na hao wasi.
Nayo.
Karibuni sana Mbogi True, ni poa kuwaona tena kutoka last week. Hii ni ile section ya Telemundo.
Funguka roho.
Na naitwa Auntie E.
Na mimi naitwa Sasino.
Na tuko na maswali zenye tunataka kuchapiana na nyinyi kidogo leo. So wacha niingie ya kwanza. Hello, ni vizuri kudem akiwa na ball. Juu kuna dem arifi yangu ako na ball na anadai to have. So nadai kujua kama ni safe ama ni kam. Wacha nianze, si ndio? Mimi kama dem nimekuwa na watoi na nimepata ball several times. Na nikikujibu hii story, first and foremost, it is safe to have ukiwa na ball. Hiyo nitakwambia for sure. Lakini kuna vitu kidogo kidogo unafaa kucheki. Dem akiwa na ball, immunity yake ikuangi strong sana na kuanga pia vulnerable. So ni very important ucheki this from a health perspective na ujichunge, na ukijichunga udemu mchunge na uchunge huyo mtoto mwenye anaza. Juka ako na ball, ako ready kupata mtoi na ni mtoi atapenda. So pia kuwa careful in that aspect. Lakini maybe kunaweza kuwa na kitu kingine sasa
No, yangu tu ni same because still bado itamaanisha so lazima ukuwe mahali pali bado unacheza mafutani, pali unajichunga, unajua that this has to still be whatever else you do na in a safe way, that's the same thing that still applies in this situation. So usijiachilie kwa sababu unafikiria uko safe, bado weka mikakati ya zile vitu zenye unafaa kufanya.
Na kama kawaida as we always say, lazima first mketi chini muongee. Hii ni nini mnataka kufanya? Hii ni nini itatokezea kwa hii mechi mkiicheza? Na ni nini tuna expect kudeal nayo after? Mkishakubaliana hizo vitu zote, mtakuwa sawa. Lakini kadema kona ball, chungeni kiasi, kuweni sensitive kiasi health wise.
Kabisa.
Uko na swali lingine?
Niko na swali lingine hapa. Na ninaulizwa tu, I'm a second year student in college and happen to be dating my classmate. Now Mivida is pregnant and we are not ready to quit school nor terminating the pregnancy. How do we go about it, my friend? So I think ni very commendable. Ni kitu ya kuambia thumbs up kwa sababu umeuliza hii swali. Kwa sababu the first ni kufind out as much information as unaweza, na the fact that umekuja out na make hii swali ni kudos kwako. Ya pili ni kuweza tu kuambia kupata ball si mwisho. Because sasa ako na ball inamaanisha more conversations zitaongezeka because sahi kuna watu wa kuinvolve kwa hii story. Kaeni chini, pigeni story, mjue mikakati ya kusonga hapo mbele itakaaje. Ndio mkuwe sure ni nini mnataka kufanya when hii story itakuwa imepatikana. Kwa sababu hiyo si end.
True.
More advice you'd have for them?
Yeah, kuna many digital platforms pali unaweza pata usaidizi na huyo mresh wako. Go to LVCT, mchapiane nao, wawaambie options mko nazo, vile mnaweza endelea. Na vile Uncle Sasino amesema, pregnancy si end of life sentence. It is just for a season. Na mtachill, kama ni mtoi mtakubaliana akam, mtapata mtoi na maisha yenu itaendelea. Whatever it is you decide as a couple, lazima mkue pamoja na msik support group na msik help ndio muweze kuendelea mbele vipo. That's all mimi naweza sema.
Na kama mtafika mahali na bado muhitaji kurudi back kwetu, always tuko available na tunaweza kuaccept maswali. So unaweza tumia kwa WhatsApp. Unaweza wapea WhatsApp number.
Acha niwapatie 0718921170. Na wale watu wa Katululu.
Watu wa Katululu tafadhali mnaweza tufikia kwa SMS ambayo haina charge. Unatuma tu SMS kwa 20308 na kuna mtu atarespond na utapata usaidizi. So asanteni sana.
Asanteni sana, tutawarudisha kwa Sanchez na Iviona na tuna look forward kuchekiana na nyinyi tena next week kwa Funguka Roho.
All right.
Wolan Mbogi True bado tuko Nyeri. Huyo amekuwa Auntie E pale na Uncle Sasino wakitupea quote zao na advice zao motomoto kuhusu matters of the heart. Sawa?
Exactly manze. Na pia waka unafeel uko na issue yako, namba yetu ya WhatsApp ni 0718921170. Tudonge tuambie shida yako ni gani.
Na bado SMS kwa wale wenye wako online bado unaweza tu SMS at 20308. Kumbuka SMS unaweza anza na #Mbogi True.
Exactly. Na sijui last week nilikuja na Kismat kwa unachiki nilishout mama yangu. Sasa leo tuko kwetu, so sijui nianze na nani?
Si Shosho.
Nianze na nani?
Silisha big up Shosho kwa.
Hakuna. Shosho Teresia Mudhoni. Pale Kairodhe. Hello Shosho. Uko poa? Hii ni yako na makuzo wangu wote, wase wote wa Kairodhe, wase wa Odhaya, wase wa Kereaine. Hii ni yenu.
Wagon pia huku Nyeri na jonga morio mmoja pale uzamamiwa hapo kwa Rotejo. Anaitwa Sami Flika, Samuel Flika. Ao. Mike koko street msee ukicheki we piga shout out.
Twende nayo.
Muriaka. Mimi naitwa Joy kutoka Nyeri. Saseni naitwa Eva Wamboi. Mimi ni wa Nyeri County.
Kwa majina ni Kevo kutoka Nyeri County.
Muriaka. Kwa majina naitwa Masi kutoka Nyeri County.
Hapa hivi ni Saimo kutoka Kings.
Ningependa kusalimia my brother at home, my sister Barbara, my cousin Francois and my mom and dad, as well as my auntie and uncle Mwas.
Ningependa kusalimia mafans wangu wote na tuanze na my mom akiwa pale Ndaragwa, my dad akiwa pande za Nax na my brothers wakiwa mtaani. Atuendelee tu kutazama Shujaz TV.
Ningependa kusalimia babangu, mtoto wangu Jiden. Naomba muendelee kutazama Shujaz TV.
Ningependa kusalimia familia yangu, my mom akiwa Kinangop, Mzaya akiwa Nanyuki. Na muendelee kutazama Shujaz TV. Mimi ni shujaa.
Ningependa kusalimia mamangu na babangu akiwa Kiambu, kusalimia brother wangu akiwa huku Nyeri na pia nikusalimie bwanangu akiwa tu Mwega. Alafu muendelee kutazama Shujaz TV.
Wolan watu wa Nyeri manze, tuna appreciate mkiendelea kushout watu wenyu hivyo manze. Tukikuja mtaa yako na upate hii mic, chukua big up kila mtu mwenye unadai ku big up, si ndio?
Exactly. Na sijui kama mnajua but Nyeri inakuanga one of the capitals ya chai manze. Nikitokanga kwa sitokangi bila majani chai.
Walai.
Yote nyinyi watu wa diaspora najua mnatuonanga sometimes kwa YouTube.
Na magunia ya chai.
Najua hapa ndo capital city ya chai. Na speaking of biashara manze, nimebambika sana na udem wetu artist. She's very talented na kumix talent yake na biashara. Alafu ametuonyesha sana venye she got this because weka dem lazima ujipange ile sekta fulani.
Na bado sekta ya biz. Tumechiki bado process ya Peter pale akiuza mavitabu zake. Kama unaishi Nyeri, enda usaidie Peter manze. Enda ununue kitabu, ongeza knowledge kwa brain.
Si Peter unasaidia, ni wewe ndio unajisaidia because knowledge is power, guys.
It's true,
Exactly. Alafu kumbukeni manze pale kwa social media zetu, tuko pale Instagram, tuko Facebook na tuko TikTok @ShujazzKenya. Kumbukeni always mnatumia #mbogitru ndo tuwacheki juu nyinyi ndo mbogitru.
Pale WhatsApp bado utatupata kwa 0718921170 na bado kama hauko online unaweza tumia SMS mtu wangu. SMS namba ni 20308. Kumbuka SMS, make sure umeanza na #mbogitru.
Na ni free manze. Alafu cheki manze, kama umehata show umetupata sasa tuna wrap up manze. Usitense cheki. Tuko hapa bado next week Wednesday kutoka 10 mpaka 11 PM.
Na bado kesho Thursday usiku sako from 7 to 9 PM utakuwa na Amona Wabere wakiwapea good vibes na mziki kuruka.
Manze wale wa hapa tu manze, ukifua mangua ama ukifanya nini, but anyways nimekuwa wenu hivi yoda.
Mimi ni Sanchez Mali.
And at the end of the day
has ended.
Tende tukunye chai kwa shushu. Tende.
Say less.
Tawarifa kwa zile links zetu LCVT, hapo utapata information. Sorry.
All right. So sai tutarudi back to Sanchez na
hiyo imeenda.
Guys, the best thing happen leo. Tumepatana na udem. What am I saying? What am I saying?
Borrow up to 1 million Kenya shillings from as low as 1.2% with a top-up anytime you need. Dial *522# or apply on the KCB app today. The KCB mobile loan. Unbelievably flexible, incredibly affordable. KCB, for people, for better. Terms and conditions apply. Regulated by the Central Bank of Kenya.
Generation 3 is all about learning while having fun.
He was astonished.
Show me your moves. Let's learn to make cool and simple recipes. Get creative with awesome arts. Bust a move with some fresh dance steps. Twist your tongue with the craziest tongue twisters.
4 years, 4 votes for the 4. Friends vote for the 4.
Jog your minds with awesome riddles and dance some more. It's all happening right here on Generation 3. Coming soon with fresh new episodes only on NTV.
Well, Leonardo said he was helping her to study.
Of course it had to happen.
I guess I ruined their romantic moment.
We're lucky you came here at this time.
Greed overtook me, and the absolute fear of becoming poor.
and our parents died and we suffered, and I don't want to go back there again.
You can have all of him. I know you want to be with him forever. And I suppose you must be very masochistic to want to stay with someone who makes you feel like you're worth absolutely nothing.
You are the one.
Where did you come from?
Hamlet. So this is where the magic happens. This is for you kids.
Taste the magic with our festive cakes from DPL Festive Bakery. Delight with every bite.